Director sir, with your permission, should we start?
Okay, shall we start the session? So Sharik sir, Dr. Sharik, I think we will start the session. Director sir has permitted.
Okay, let's start. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very warm good morning to everyone. I hope you are safe, healthy, and doing good at your end. Now we are facing second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. In this difficult time, what is better than learning new skills and gaining recent advanced knowledge as an academician and researcher? To emerge as a successful teacher with recent updated research knowledge, multidisciplinary diverse skill set, and to serve expectation of all students, at the same time ensuring our own professional development as a researcher and innovator is a challenging. This 1 week AICT IST sponsor faculty induction program on multidisciplinary and translational drug development with sub-theme of quality by design in pharmaceutical sciences is planned to unlock this trait of the teachers. On this note, I am Abu Sufyan, Assistant Professor in School of Pharmacy and lead coordinator of this program. On behalf of Anjuman-e-Islam Kalsikar Technical Campus, New Panvel, extend my warm welcome to the respected President of Anjuman-e-Islam, Dr. Zahir I. Kazi, the Chairman of BINM, Mr. Buran Harris, the Director of our campus, Dr. Abdul Razzaq Hanutgi, Dean School of Pharmacy, Dr. Sharik Sayyad, Director Faculty Development Cell, AICT, Colonel B. Venkat, resource persons, all dignitaries, faculty members, participants from different colleges and industry for all over the India to the day one and inaugural session. To start with, as a tradition of Anjuman Islam, I will recite and translate few verses from Holy Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون. The translation of these words from Holy Quran is, and let there always be among you a body of men who should invite to goodness and enjoin virtue and forbid evil, and it is they who shall prosper. This word was from Surah Al Imran of Holy Quran. Indeed, it is worth implementing in our life. Going on,
direct close में
we have with us convener of this 1 week faculty induction program and in charge dean of School of Pharmacy, Dr. Sharik Sayyed. I request Dr. Sharik to give opening remarks of this program. Dr. Sharik, it is over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abu Sufyan. Honorable President of Anjuman Islam, Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab, Chief Guest for today's program, Colonel Venkat, Chairman for Board of Institutions of Navi Mumbai, Mr. Burhan Haris Sahab, Director of Kalsakar Technical Campus, Mr. Abdur Razak Sahab, all heads of different institutions, and all my dear participants. I'm extremely pleased to welcome you all for this 6 days AICTE-IST sponsored faculty development program in Quality by Design in Pharmaceutical Development. Well, Quality by Design has been a quality framework for more than 2 decades in pharmaceutical industries now. And since we are in the business of making medicines, quality plays a very central and critical role, especially for ensuring the efficacy of the medicines, to ensuring credibility across. And so when we were discussing about the focus theme for this FDP, we realized that there is a very strong need for guidance and mentoring across the concepts and implementations of quality by designs in different domains, both in academia and in industry. And so that was basically our driver for the theme for this faculty development program. So when we started to build upon this FDP, we were very lucky and fortunate to be guided and mentored by some of the leading experts in the nation in quality by design. And first among them was Dr. Bhupender Singh Bhoop, who is one of the most sought after academician in quality by design. His group is undisputedly the global #1 group that has been publishing and researching very actively into quality by design. 200 plus publications, undisputedly the most researched group in quality by design, most sought after both in academia and industry. In addition to him, we've been guided by people like Dr. Ranjit Barsukar, who would be speaking in the technical keynote in post-lunch session. He has been previously as a global head of leading pharmaceutical industries, and he has overseen the rollout of quality by design into generic industry. Along with him, we will be also joined in the valedictory session at the end by Dr. Ijaz Hussain, who has been instrumental in bringing quality framework and QBD design when he was at the US FDA during his tenure there. We are additionally fortunate enough to have a lot of good speakers which have strong expertise into quality by design. I'd really like to thank all of them. In spite of they being extremely busy, they have taken time out to be here at this faculty development program. At the outset, I would really like to thank AICTE and IST for sponsoring this faculty development program and all of their support for this initiatives like theirs. I would also like to thank our own management, Anjuman Islam, who has been very supportive of all these initiatives that are there for improving quality, for in the areas of faculty development, and the mere presence of Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab, who's the president of Anjuman Islam, and also Mr. Burhan Haris, who's the chairman of the Board of Institutions Navi Mumbai, at this program is their testament to their commitment to these such initiatives as such. So once again, as a convener of the program, I really like to I'd like to welcome you all for this faculty development program. We have taken a lot of effort to ensure and make sure that the program is, in terms of the quality of speakers, is good enough so that at the end of the week, we all are enriched enough by our understanding of quality by design. So once again, I welcome all of the participants to this faculty development program. I would like to welcome our very own president, Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab, our chairman, Mr. Burhan Haris, and our guest for today, Colonel Venkat. To move further to proceedings, I'd like to invite the director of our campus, Dr. Abdur Razak Honutagi, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Sharik. Assalamu alaikum. Respected President of Anjuman Islam, Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab, our Executive Chairman, Mr. Burhan Haris, Dean School of Pharmacy, coordinator of this program, Professor Abu Sufyan, all faculty members, and most importantly, the participants drawn across the country. I also welcome you to this campus, which is treated to be a campus, a role model campus in the history of Anjuman Islam. So we are a technical campus having School of Engineering and Technology, School of Pharmacy, and School of Architecture. And also on our campus, we have a polytechnic established way back in 2002. This technical campus got introduced in the year 2011, and it was a historical initiative taken by the management of Anjuman Islam under the leadership of Dr. Zahir Qazi. And in a very short span of 10 years, we have made, we have put ourselves as a benchmark as per our vision statement. So we are the youngest institute getting NAC accreditation, and we are in the process of NBA accreditation also. And this particular faculty development program, which has been the initiative of School of Pharmacy of Kalsaka Technical Campus, was based on, I call it as a blessing in disguise. It was a on-campus 1-week program initially proposed and sanctioned by AICTE-Iste for this campus. But because of pandemic, this got splitted into 3 online programs. And this is the 3rd program. And because of being online program, we could invite the distinguished speakers and experts, researchers from all over the globe, from US, UK, Malaysia, and so many places. And even participants are more excited always to attend this program. And here this time when we opened this last online program, within a day, or rather within a short time, the entries were so quick that we had to stop on the same day when we opened this program. So this way, the program has gained its reputation, and I am particularly thankful to today's chief guest, Colonel B. Venkat, whose credentials, whose contributions, initiatives taken in the field of faculty development program through AICT are really praiseworthy. And I happen to be a student and disciple of Dr. Ashok Shettar, who is founding Vice Chancellor of KLE Hubballi, KLE Technological University Hubballi. And I used to receive a lot of praises about the initiatives taken by Colonel B. Venkat. And we are really fortunate to have Colonel B. Venkat as your today's keynote speaker. And he is such a humble person, without much, a follow-up in a single, with a single email. He accepted our invitation. Even in the last second part of this faculty development program, he was with us in valedictory program. So I thank, on behalf of Anjuman Islam, Colonel B. Venkat for accepting our invitation, and also various speakers, various experts drawn from various parts of the globe. So it requires a lot of effort and connect. So thank you, Dr. Sharik and his team, for making this happen. And all this could happen because of the complete unconditional motivation given by our management, Dr. Zahir Qazi, President of Anjuman Islam, our chairman, Mr. Burhan Haris, in charge of our board, Mr. G.A.R. Sheikh. The management is highly vibrant, and they always support our cause. And that is the reason why within a span of 10 years, we could even start our master's program, PhD program in our campus. So I once again welcome, without much ado, all the participants to this program, and wholehearted welcome to Colonel B. Modak and Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab to this program. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Abu Sufyan.
Thank you, sir. So we were, President sir was expected to join shortly. I'm hoping he.
No, sir has joined. Sir has joined.
Okay. So it is my honor and pleasure to be welcoming our very own President, Dr. Zahir Qazi Sahab. who's an eminent education and social activist. Dr. Zahir Kaisab is a trained radiologist, having received training with one of the top institutions within the country and outside of the country, such as US. He is an eminent educationist with national prominence and has been awarded by multiple fields in terms of multiple foundations such as Aicte Award for his field in medicine, Seva Award in the field of education. Dr. Kazi is an important advisory member to different government bodies with regards to minorities and education, and he has received many prestigious awards for his contributions in both education and social upliftment. He is also elected a member for national level curriculum design committee. And most important of all for us, he's the president of Anjuman Islam, an 147-year-old largest education and social welfare organization in the country since November 2009. Recently, under his leadership, Anjuman Islam has recently been awarded the Award of Excellence, Sir Syed Excellence Award by Aligarh Muslim University, a Central University of Prominence. And for the last 1.5 years, Sir has been very active, especially with regards to COVID management. He's been a part of task force that advises WHO. He's a part of task force that advises government of Maharashtra. And he's also, with the last couple of months or so, he's been actively involved in setting up different facilities for COVID in the last month or so within our own hospitals at Versova, COVID specially dedicated facility for COVID patients. So he's been extremely busy and has been very committed. I've been told he hardly sleeps for a couple of hours in the night. And so you receive messages back from him at 2 o'clock in the night. So it is an honor and pleasure for us to be working under his leadership. So thank you, sir, so much for taking your time. I know you're extremely busy, but on behalf of all of us, all of our participants, I really thank you for giving your time today for addressing this faculty participants. So without further ado, very warm welcome to our presiding guest today, Dr. Zahir Kaisab, and I'd like to invite sir for his presidential remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great privilege and honor to welcome all the participants, the keynote speaker of the day, and various speakers from around the globe, and faculties of pharma in India and abroad who will be participating and getting benefit out of this faculty development program. I'm very happy that today's keynote address will be delivered by none other than Colonel Venkat, who will be talking about impact of new education policy on higher education. This new education policy itself is one of the finest things that has happened in this decade. We had different education policies from time to time, and the one which is being implemented now is very much specific to the time that we are going through. And I had the distinction of being in the brainstorming session with Krishna Swami, Kasturi Ranjan. Some of the suggestions which our organizations had given to them were incorporated, and one of them is the concept to do away with the standalone institutions. Any institution of education must be multidisciplinary, multicentric. And today's relevance of discussion on new education policy is so much important because new education policy emphasizes on the research. And they are talking of research not after postgraduate level, but the research-centric mindset to be developed at a lower level. When you are in the higher secondary education, that kind of culture has to be imbibed in. What has been happening, especially in our country, the research was to the level of getting PhDs and then giving some good research papers that would help you to in your career building, and it ends there. And unfortunately, we lack in research and development programs. And I'm very happy to let everyone know the campus which is organizing this program, the Kalsekar Technical Campus at Panvel, we have started research development right, and we have incubation centers, we have a research lab. all that is done with an idea that we lack truly R&D departments. And we are doing the same thing with our engineering colleges. In fact, the new education policy impact is very much there in Anjuman Islam. We have taken an initiative. The day it was announced that this is an education policy, we want to be one that will be quoted everywhere in India, that this is one organization which has started already implementing the new education policy in the true spirit. And we will have today a very distinguished speaker who will be enlightening us with this, and he is the AICTE in charge of faculty development program. Now, the new education policy also talks about the faculty development, because faculty development at all levels, right from the elementary education to higher education, is an important thing that has to happen before we launch, in a true sense, this new education policy. Therefore, all the institutions, especially higher education institutions, need to have from time to time faculty development program. The institution which is organizing today is Institute of Pharmacy. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are aware, India is the pharma hub of the world. We are the pioneers and we are the largest producers of various vaccines that have come from time to time. And Indian drug industry, pharma industry is known world over. So it is in this where we have extra advantage to come up with a lot of researchers. And I have suggested to Pharmacy College at Kalsikar campus that whatever amount is needed to be spent on faculty development and research programs, we will do it on our own. And we will also encourage the young ones to be entrepreneurs and who could bring in research to a level that it will be recognized at world level. The new education policy is based on very much on research, which will give credit to India that we are the discoverers, inventors of drugs that are yet to be brought in the limelight. In fact, a lot of cancer research, India has done a lot, especially Cipla Pharmaceutical. And I would like to let all of you know, the chairman of Cipla Pharmaceutical, incidentally, is also a member of Anjuman. So is Medley Pharmaceutical, Himalayas, they have been part as members. And we feel proud that India Pharma has made its name world over. Now is the time, as a doctor, I feel that any medicine that will take care of the viral that has come and infected the entire world, and where, honestly speaking, we are yet to come out with a specific drug, antiviral drug, which will take care of COVID-19. We are yet to get it. And I believe India has come out with a drug, which is a trial phase. If it succeeds, then we will be the world leaders. So we need to be world leaders. We need to be citizens, educated citizens, which will be recognized by world over. And that should be our aim, right? Like Kalam, late President Kalam rightly said, we must dream, but we must dream big. So you must dream, you must conceptualize and put your right foot forward so that you become an achiever. My request to all the faculties who will be attending to this program, there are two categories wherein you will be called a good faculty if you are a performer. Yes. But if you are a faculty who is something different above others, you will be called an achievers. So today's program is to make you an achiever. You achieve something which has not been achieved as yet. That should be your motto, and create in your mind a mindset of doing some research. And pharma industry, the medicine which we are talking of, has tremendous potential for growth. As a senior member of allopathy medicine, I can tell you that there are a lot of gray areas still. We are only treating symptomatically many elements. We are not able to cure the disease. Say, for example, if you can create an anti-diabetic curable disease, it will be a wonder drug in India. Similarly, the diseases which are not at eradicated, cured, but controlled. Pick up those areas. And you never know. Wonder medicines have been discovered from time to time. When penicillin was discovered, it was a magic drug. It was a magic bullet against tuberculosis. So why can't we in India come out with a drug, say antiviral drug, which the whole world will recognize? And ladies and gentlemen, India has got perhaps the best human resources. You take the epidemiologists world over, 15 of them are Indians amongst the top list. We are the best when we are beyond India. Let us be the best when we are India. I wish you all the very best. And I welcome Colonel Sahab on this program on behalf of my organization, which is in the service of humanity for the last 148 years, an institution, an organization which is inclusive in nature and which caters to have-nots. It has got about 70% of stakeholders who are first-generation learners. So we are in the field of creating qualified citizens, learned citizens, citizens of India and citizens of the world. I once again wish all the participants all the very best. Let this seminar, let this deliberation may not be just one more addition of a certificate in your career. It should be one that you would take from today onwards, that you will do something different. Wish you all the very best. Thank you for listening to me. As I always say, the more you speak, the less you remember. The more you speak, the less you remember. The less you speak, the more you remember. I spoke so very less. I'm sure you will remember me. Thank you very much. Wish you a good day.
Sir, about our Anjuman's project on integrated health campus.
Yeah, since this is health-related seminar, we have college of we have a college of pharmacy, a college for Ayush medicine, and our next project is to bring in integrated campus of medicine, which will be allopathy, which will be nursing, dental, physiotherapy, and Ayurveda and homeopathy. We already have a Unani and pharmacy. So it will be an integrated campus where we will create an environment for research and integrated medicine. And you never know, we may come out with some of the Nobel Prize winners also. Let's dream big. So that's our next project. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, very much. It has been really an honor and a pleasure for you to be coming here and presiding over the function. And your words as an inspiration will definitely drive us forward, especially in research. I fully agree with you that the Indian pharmaceutical industry and the Indian research academic fraternity owes a lot to nation, and there are a lot of things that are there that we need to be researching, especially with COVID-19, drugs related to that. There are a lot of other diseases which are especially with regards to the countries like ours, essentially tuberculosis and other diseases, they still don't have a clear medication. So definitely there are areas of research, and on behalf of all of us, I will commit to that we'll put our best foot forward. Thank you, sir, once again. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. Moving forward, it is my honor and privilege to be welcoming today's chief guest for the program, Colonel Venkat. Colonel Venkat is the Director of Faculty Development Cell here at AICT. And he's basically an Army officer from technical branch. He's on a deputation to AICT. He has almost 30 plus years of experience in different domains of, in both in military and both in academia as such, and managing in different levels. He has represented, interestingly, as a technical military attaché to Russia. And right now, he has been overseeing a massive program that is rolled out by AICT with regards to short-term training programs and development programs, such as quality improvement programs for physical education, for teachers and librarians. There's a massive rollout through Atal Academy for FDPs in thrust area. I think that is one of the initiative that is going to be very impactful. We can see a lot of almost double-digit FDPs that will be rolled out in the next couple of months under the Atal Academy program. So very impactful areas, and Colonel Venkat has been working with the AICT in all these trust areas. We can see a perceptible all these Development Program. So it is an honor and pleasure for us to be welcoming you here at this program as a chief guest for the program. And thank you so much for taking out your valuable time. And I would like to really welcome you on behalf of all of us here in participant in terms of our management, and like to welcome you to present your thoughts on national education policies. So I'd like to welcome once again Colonel Venkat for this chief address as such.
Can you hear?
Hello.
Mohammed, am I audible?
You're perfectly audible, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Perfect. Then thank you a lot for giving me a chance to come and be speaking on your online virtual platform. Let me put away. It is not that you people should be honored for inviting me to be coming and speaking. Is the other way around, as an opportunity to be thanking you for giving me a chance to please come and be speaking. It is an absolute wonderful institute is doing, and you are spreading the issue, main vision, mission of our all. The program is successful, that much successful, which involves association or outreach to many more participants, many more research pharmacy development, farmer development, QBD farmer development. And when you go about and do it, and basically multidisciplinary translation drug development, I think already speaking the year which importance of pharmacy has time, and you people have stood up to the occasion. You people have done wonders to the extent today, which is holding their head high only because of brilliant people like you who are there in the environment. Somebody is doing research, somebody is carrying out with an activity, somebody is doing the program, some other pharmacy institutes come about and manufacture something, some product. And I think it's only at the forefront of all these things today because of our population in our country, that we are once again in the process of doing a vaccine. 100% credit for coming out with our pharmacy industry. Still associated with AIC. Thank you once for giving me. It is my honor that on behalf of AICT, I am connected, and people are going to be doing.
Colonel Venkat sir, Venkat sir, I think your voice is breaking. I mean, voice is not coming clearly.
Am I not audible, or the voice is getting cut?
Yeah, your voice is getting cut. Yeah.
The continuity is lost. It gets interrupted.
I think I'll do one thing. I'll be. Is my voice audible?
Voice is audible, but it is not coming in a flow. It gets interrupted. There are blocks in between. Probably there are internet
30
problems.
seconds, I will.
I think he mentioned that he would disconnect and reconnect back.
Sir, am I audible now?
You are audible, but
Hello.
your
Yes,
internet must be a problem. You get disconnected.
Sir, in case if it's not an issue, 30 seconds, then log in once again.
Yes, that will be
Yeah.
great. That will be great.
yes, sir.
Sorry, sir, I have reconnected back. This time I've come from my desktop of the office. I hope I'm visible and audible now, sir.
Yes, yes.
Perfectly.
Both.
Apologies, sincere apologies, sir. I think, even in Delhi, if the net issue is so bad, I can very well imagine what are we discussing and talking. But that is how the system has to move on.
Yeah.
I think these are the with due regards to Zahir Kazi, sir. Apologies once again that I had to come out and come in once again. Sir, but it's a great honor that your institute has found it worthwhile for me to be coming and joining in and speaking. I take it a sincere this thing that your institute is already speaking a very well-renowned. This institute is a well-renowned institute. I don't think so that I need to be dwelling on that subject any further. But my only issue is when an institute happens to be already a reputed institute who has proven their worth over a period of time, it becomes the duty of that institute that you have to make sure that the fellow institutes nearby are being pulled up. That is what is expected. You have already speaking, sir, achieved a certain benchmark and parameter. It is expected that institutes around you, faculty members around you, research scholars far and beyond. And when you people conduct a program of this nature, and I can see participation nearly touching 200, I think, sir, this is where straight away the answer to my question lies. In all other forums, sir, in a day I must be attending 6 to 7 activities or a program or an event. I do not say participation crossing 70 to 80. Participants join an event for many reasons. Number one is the profile of an institute. Number two, they get to see the resource people. Number three, it's a word of mouth spreading. And number four, and the most important is today when we are doing it in an online format, it is the mannerisms, conduct, behavior, and a teaching, learning, pedagogy, what we call, the way in which you are delivering. All these things combined together form a package. And towards that, your institute and your conduct of your institute has been absolutely brilliant. Anjumani Islam's Al-Sikra Technical Campus School of Pharmacy, it has been absolutely a great honor, sir, to be associated with you, sir. It's a singular pleasure that AICT got a chance to get in touch with your institute, expecting that the same enthusiasm will continue in many more activities as we keep going forward in our association towards ensuring that the technical education is taken to a absolutely vibrant new place, because that is exactly what is envisaged in NEP 2020, that by 2035 India should be at a global hub of education as what we were in earlier times. And why not at AICT and at the ministry when we are working towards implementation of national education policy. In fact, today also, sir, we are having a meeting on NETF, National Education Technology Forum, which is one of the biggest outcomes of the NEP towards implementation or integration of technology into the teaching learning. Every time we say, if we have an institute of this caliber, if we have a faculty member of this caliber, why 2035? We can achieve this at 2030. That is what we are looking forward to. We are looking forward to a larger cooperation. I would also like to place my sincere thanks to everybody who has got together in today's activity. I would also like to thank Dr. Sharik Syed, sir, for being the coordinator, program convener of this particular program, Abu Sufyan Sheikh sir for being the lead event coordinator, and when we have one of the most visionary leaderships also coming in the form of Dr. Abdul Razak being the director, I think lot has to flow from the leader. It is a well-known fact, at least in the army, we go by a clear concept. An organization or a unit or an institute is as good or bad as a reflection of the leader. It is always top driven. That's the whole unfortunate point today, that everything is top driven. Whereas, at least in educational institutes, it should be driven from the bottom. But till the time we come about with that change, it is the leader whose reflection is the institute's performance. And that way, I sincerely give my deepest of regards to Abdul Razak sir. It's been a great honor to be associated with you. You also happen to be coming. And sir, as far as sir, Dr. Zahir Qazi sir, yourself is concerned, sir. I think, sir, I'm too small a person to be speaking about you. But I take it as a great matter of an honor and pride, sir, that I'm on the same platform as what you are there, sir. It's a matter of my singular honor. I'm going to cherish this moment. And to the participants, if that be my state, that I consider myself to be so fortunate to be coming and speaking, I think you people are super fortunate that you are associated with an institute not for 20-30 minutes. You are associated now for 6 continuous days. Please take the maximum out of these 6 days. Please make sure that you be in an interactive kind of a forum with your resource people. Please make sure that resource people inform the contents what you desire to know. They are the best in this particular field who have been called. The more you interact, the more you people going to learn. And when you go back after learning, the only thing that is expected, nobody is expecting any glorifying words of thanks and all. Everybody expects that whatever you have learned, if you can go back and put it into practice, into your teaching and learning, and you can spread this message of knowledge far and wide. That if you do it, I think that the biggest thanks you can give to organizers, management, and your resource people. So thank you once again. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sirs. Thanks a lot, ladies. Wishing you all the best in your endeavors. Let us know at AICT we could be of any help, any assistance whatsoever. It will be our endeavor to look into this and surely be doing the needful. Thank you, sir. An honor once again to be associated.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, so much. Sir, on actually, there was a strong interest from a participant that if you could speak very briefly about the NEP, especially into technical education, and your thoughts going forward on the impact of that. I think that will be very valuable to hear from you, sir, if at all possible. You're muted, sir. Colonel Venkat.
Okay, and thank you. Thanks, Dr. Razak, sir. In case if you people are not hard pressed from time, if I ask 15 to 20 minutes of yours, I think that should be okay.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes, yes.
We have scheduled the time.
Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, number one, which everybody should be knowing, and I personally would like to tell everybody that each one of you have come into teaching profession by your own choice. That's the start point. None of us are by default here. If by choice you are here, that at least in your lifespan of being a teacher, you are going to be seeing the implementable points of various points of national education policy. So all the more reason that every faculty member who is associated with us today should be very well aware of NEP and its nuances. My point would be, sir, I would not be going in any sequential manner, because the more sequence that you try to follow, the interest of the audience loses. I will first try to take you to a school level education and associate right from school level to the higher level of education and higher, that to technical. Let us talk about higher technical education, as all of us are involved into higher technical education. Now, against the erstwhile 10+2 system, the NEP has mandated 5+3+3+4. It is extremely important to understand what is this 5-3-3-4, because exactly that is where the genesis of higher technical education lies. The first value happens to be your 3 years for pre-primary and class 1 and 2. In case if we speak in this language, then the directives from the National Education Policy are that in this particular age bracket, teaching in regional languages is mandatory. If the teaching in regional languages is mandatory in this particular age bracket, that is because of a single reason that at this particular age bracket, it has been observed and it has been proven that a student or a child is capable of learning very fast in his regional language. What is the implication? Now I will take this implication directly to the higher technical education. The implication of this in the higher technical education is, even in the higher technical education, the student has been given an option to pursue it in his regional language. If that be the direction, what are the activities we are doing and why has this been done? This has been done with a singular reason that the gross enrollment ratio of our country today in higher technical education, in fact, in higher education, if I may say, is touch and go 26.4%. Now, what's a gross enrollment ratio? Gross enrollment ratio is nothing but the number of students coming into the higher education vis-a-vis the number of students of that age bracket which are available in the particular region. We are talking of our country, it is 26.4, and this is, imagine, 7 decades after our independence. And NEP desires this 26.4 to become 50% by 2035. If it has to become practically double in the next 14 years, it's not the job of one organization, one institute, one faculty member. I think it's a collective effort. How this collective effort would be translating, I would be speaking many more recommendations and the implementable activities which are going on. One of the most important points for improving the gross enrollment ratio happens to be promotion of the higher technical education or higher education in regional languages. We are going to be reaching far and wide. We are going to be reaching those students who could not pursue higher technical education because of lots of other issues pertaining to language. Where are we? AICT has already identified 48 online courses on the SWAYAM MOOCs platform. From the total of 147 as applicable to undergraduate first year. We are in the process of translating them into 11 different regional languages. Another side activity which has commenced is original technical book writing. We have already started writing the books or identified probable authors for writing books for undergraduate first year and diploma first year. They are already writing the books in the various regional languages. And third, very soon we are going to be starting about faculty focus towards a regional language orientation. At the same time, we have also carried out an amendment in our approval handbook and our guidelines and regulation, wherein regional languages have been allowed for the purposes of teaching and learning, in which a supernumerary strength of one division, that is about 60/30 students, are permitted in any discipline to be taken, provided that that particular discipline has got an NBA accreditation. It's an over and above the authorized strength. You can go ahead and carry out teaching and learning to students with obviously an underlying statement that there should be no compromise to quality. But at least the focus on regional languages has been understood. And that is the purpose of this particular regional language and its importance towards overall improvement in the gross enrollment ratio. As we move ahead from the initial 5, which was called as the foundational stage for the students, we go to the next stage, that is the 3, that is called as the preparatory stage. This preparatory stage happens to be class 3, 4, and 5. What is of relevance here in this? The relevance out here in this is that the student can continue to pursue education in the regional language, even though an option of introduction of English as a language does come in at this level. Number 2, the student here is for the first time, in addition to teaching as compared to what today's system is, at a very early age of 3, 4, and 5, a student is given a little bit of inclination or little bit of introduction of skill or vocational subjects, which we generally call a skill-based training, just an introduction. But it is very important to understand the introduction at this stage of a skill-based training or a vocational training to a student, along with his continuous academic teaching and learning. What is vocational? What is skill? Now I'll take you to higher technical education. There is a full chapter on vocational teaching and the vocational learning against the present system of education, wherein for whatever reasons, a vocational degree or a vocational education is considered to be a little bit not at par with a general education. To break the mindset, NEP has said in no uncertain terms that there will be no difference between a general education and vocational education, and how this has to be translated. The learning outcomes of vocational education to be in such a manner mapped with the learning outcomes of general education that they have same parameters as far as the outcomes are concerned. And for this matter, in case if suppose certain bridge courses have to be introduced as far as the vocational degrees are concerned, they would be doing. That will be introduced, and vice versa on the other way around. In case if suppose general education has to be treated at par with vocational education, then there will be a sufficient component of skill-based learning to make sure that the end product, both in case of a general and a vocational education, are having the identical, identifiable parameters towards achieving the same aim. Toward this, already a committee has desired in the NEP NCIVE, National Commission for Integration of Vocational Education, has already been constituted. As I am speaking, I think this is already the 4th week. The committee is already working on the integration of vocational education into our day-to-day general education and its various aspects. Very important to understand, NCIVE is going to be having 2 biggest parameters. One is called as NHEQF, other is NSQF, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, National Skill Qualification Framework. And these two to be aligned together. Higher Education Qualification Framework looks after the general education, Skill Qualification Framework looks after the vocational. When these two join together, that is what is going to be the ultimate aim of NCIVE. And at the same time, a beautiful recommendation which is coming in, which is under study today, that is at every level. Levels are going to be defined at the time of student coming out of the education. That level which is being defined will be as per the NSDS, NSDC education. These levels will be at par not only with NOS, that is the National Occupation Standards, but they will be at par with the International Occupation Standards for the purposes of employability, not only in India, but anywhere in the country. A very important other aspect which has been spoken is about Lok Vidya. What is Lok Vidya? Lok Vidya is nothing but our regional education, regional knowledge, local knowledge which was there with the artisans over a period of time, which was coming down from generations to generations, but for some reasons never incorporated into our school or curriculum or teaching and learning, even in higher education. Today, Lok Vidya has been identified for the purposes of credit in higher education as a vocational subject. Now, please keep this mindset that the credit word, I'll come back to this credit again later. Why did I mention that the Lok Vidya has been taken as a credit? The utility purpose of this, I'll again come back and I move ahead from preparatory stage to the next stage, which is called as the middle stage for school education. That is the next 3. That is class 6, 7, and 8. Now this, making vocational education at par with general education is going to be a huge contributory factor again to the gross enrollment ratio. Mind you, I'll keep falling back to gross enrollment ratio. It's also going to be a huge contributory factor and bringing about a change in the system today as we see vocational education. Now, when we come to the next stage, that is the middle stage. The middle stage, as I mentioned, is 6, 7, and 8. And here, every aspects of vocational education would be 100% integrated into your general education. And this is the stage where the regional education continues till class 8. There is a proposal, or it is up to the student whether he wishes to continue regional education or he wishes to take down into any other form of education. However, the NEP does dictate out of the 3 languages which have been spoken to should be Indian languages. Option of 2 Indian languages is left to the future multidisciplinary higher education institutes, or I may say complete freedom now has been given to the students. So today we are going to have a system of education which is going to be learner-centric education. And learner here can be a faculty, can be a student, anybody, but it's a learner-centric giving him an option to study in the language he desires. Vocational I did cover in the previous one. So now we move forward to the next stage, which is called as the secondary stage. Now the secondary stage is the most important and the biggest of the stages, the last four, that is 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. All of you are already aware that certain directions on this particular has been moved out to the extent that at least in engineering education, just as an example, if I may say, how is this being related? In engineering education, physics and maths has not been made mandatory for the purposes of coming into engineering later. A lot has been spoken about this, but what a wonderful step to have been taken, that it's not necessary in case you go for biotech engineering, agriculture engineering, textile engineering. The importance of maths and physics may not be that much as what happens in a core engineering. In case if suppose importance of maths and physics is not that much, why deprive students of taking this education purely because maths and physics has been made mandatory and compulsory? Everybody is not as good in maths and physics. So today when these options are being given, there's going to be a huge intake into engineering, and at the same time, should it be felt that a course on maths and physics has to be taken, then we can always be introducing it as a bridge course or as a parallel course to be taken in the first year. This is not new. In diploma or in polytechnic, same thing happens. Diploma students straight away after doing diploma come into second year. In case if they come into second year, for making them at par with the undergraduate students who are coming from first year to second year, we have certain bridge courses. And mind you, the overall result of engineering always happens to be that the diploma students who join engineering in second year end up performing much better. So it's a proven fact. And this is a wonderful achievement, and this is exactly what is called as multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. This is a very important facet of NEP 2020, taking it up to higher technical education. At higher technical education, how does multidisciplinary translate? Multidisciplinary higher technical education is nothing but giving freedom to student to pick and choose his subject. This is exactly what has been spoken. This is exactly what we are moving. We have recommended 60-20-20, 60% core specific, 20% core electives, and last 20% happens to be open electives. Why the word open electives? The open electives are purely being spoken is number one. Again, I'll go back to that Lok Vidya, what I said. If it has to be made a credit course and to be introduced into general education to ensure that students are equally capable in skill-based courses, then this is the open electives bucket of 20% wherein Lok Vidya can come as one of the open elective courses. NEP mandates that every higher education, irrespective whether it's a higher or a higher technical, a student coming out should be 100% capable to be aware on 3 more subjects. One is agriculture, one is health, one is legal. If this has to be also incorporated, then open electives is a great option wherein we can have courses on agriculture, health and legal. You can make courses on this, give it in an open electives format for students to pick and choose and take to 20% of their overall credit rating for that particular semester or a year. We recommend why only these 3? Why only these 3? We should be having Indian Constitution, we should be having Indian knowledge system, we should be having universal human values, we should be having Indian music, Indian dance, Indian yoga. Give them a multiple option to pick and choose. Make this agriculture, health, legal mandatory, but for the rest, let the student pick and choose so as to make himself into a better person when he is coming out as a graduate. The importance of this I'll again come back and say later. Now, when we say that these all open elective courses are going to be a credit-based courses with the student taking, the recognition of the credit of these courses have to be at par. A neighboring institute should be accepting the credit taken by this particular candidate or a student in this particular course for the purposes of ensuring another very important aspect of NEP, that is multiple entry and multiple exit. Now, this is a wonderful paragraph which has been spoken. What's a multiple entry and multiple exit? A well-known fact that over a period of time, if you take a rough analysis, a lot of students have left higher education in between due to certain administrative, financial, whatever reasons, but they could never come back into education. Today, the NEP gives them a platform to come back into education once again by means of multiple entry and exit. It is easy spoken. It has to be implemented. For the purposes of implementation, NEP has also dictated that an academy bank of credit to be established. Already as we are speaking, the ABC is under the process and the dynamics of ABC are under consideration. What is being done here, that a student after first year, second year, third year can leave the education and come back with his credit marks earned for that particular year intact and safe in the academic bank of credit. At AICT, we recommend that after first year, exit option be allowed, but exit option should not be given for the purposes of a certificate for his employment, for a simple reason that this is a first year where it's a common subjects being spoken to him. However, at the same time, having said this, with certain other recommendations coming from various other organizations, we are at AICT are in the process of revising the curriculum in such a manner that the curriculum enables a candidate to exercise this multiple entry and exit option, and by utilizing this, he is in a process of contributing to the overall growth of the nation and thereby making himself also employable. A multiple exit option is as good or bad as his employability parameters. So certain bridge courses or certain modulation of the curriculum is under process. Multidisciplinary aspect, which I did mention. I mentioned about the academics, that is the contents, curriculum. Multidisciplinary also comes in the form of an institute. Today, we have all independent institutes mushrooming all across, with one particular institute not interacting with second, the department within an institute not interacting. What has been spoken in NEP, that this is exactly what has been our biggest point as to why NEP 2020 had to come in. NEP 2020 finds fragmented form of education as our biggest flaw. Against the Western world, wherein in one campus, one can go for multidisciplinary kind of an education. We propose this with larger and wider collaboration and intermixing between the disciplines, within the disciplines, between various forums, so as to come forward in such a manner that we are aligned to the industry requirements of system of systems, wherein a particular system does not speak of one particular discipline only. So there is the futuristic institute which are going to be there. And when I say futuristic, we are not talking so long in future, it's just about 2030. By 2030, it is expected that each and every institute would be multidisciplinary in nature. And it is also expected that there will be three forms of institutes. One is MERU, which is Multidisciplinary Educational Research Institute. Second will be a higher institute for the purposes of only teaching. And third will be an autonomous degree granting institutes for the purposes of only undergraduates. It is also expected that there in every district, there will be one multidisciplinary higher education institute. That is the vision of national education policy, and towards that, again, we have at AICT amended our regulation and guidelines, and we have permitted the institutes coming under a single trust or a single company to be merged together. Against the earlier within a 2-kilometer radius, we have extended 2 kilometers to within the city limits, thereby allowing institutes to merge in a better manner. Merging is not only physical merging. Merging is sharing of your resources, sharing of infrastructure, sharing of faculty members, sharing of laboratories, even for that matter coming out with virtual laboratories. That is all is called merging. This is multidisciplinary futuristic Indian education system, and this is exactly what I was saying, that these multidisciplinary higher educational institutes are going to be making their own board of governors, their own academic councils, their own departments. And when you have a board of governors in any organization, quite obviously autonomy has to be built into a system, and that is where NEP also says All futuristic multidisciplinary higher education institutes need to be given graded autonomy. In case if suppose graded autonomy has to be given, then the graded autonomy, when given to these institutes, they will be left at freedom on many aspects. Generally in an educational institute, it's administration, finance, and academics. Let's not talk about autonomy in administration and finance. It's well known to everybody. Spoken about academics. The futuristic, these institutes would be having freedom to design a curriculum, offer the contents, change the contents, whether it's a diploma, degree, design a degree, accept or not accept a particular credit, and thereby making a student a wholesome student. In case if suppose multiple entry and exit option has to be made, all these institutes have to come at par for the purposes of recognizing credit from one institute to enabling a student to go to another institute to pursue. It is not that after exercising multiple exit, a candidate has to go back to the same institute. He can go back to any other institute. However, what we recommend, the institute should be at par and between the same caliber for the purposes of ensuring that the credit sharing is very fair. When autonomy is given, it also implies that the mode of teaching and the delivery methodology also is left to the particular autonomous institute to decide whether teaching would be carried out in face-to-face, whether in online, or whether a blended mode of teaching. Keeping in mind what we are going through today and the directives which are coming from UGC and AICTE, 40% of teaching and learning, at least for the current year, have been told to be done in a online mode, and this is not something very new. In the times to come also, online teaching is going to remain. If you would have read yesterday's headlines, UGC has come out with the guidelines seeking proposals or recommendation from faculty and students all across that even in the times to come after this particular corona issue gets subsided or finished, 40% of the teaching and learning to be conducted in an online or a blended form of teaching, only 60% to be face-to-face. So that is where the online teaching we are moving to. And online teaching has got its own advantages, its own other issues. But how it plays out, it is for us to be watching and seeing. But suffice to say that online will remain. What has AICTE done? We have already again carried out changes to our approval handbook. We have allowed online, sorry, and we have allowed open distance learning also. Only thing is that taking into consideration that these are very technical courses. We cannot be opening it in every discipline and every stream. Today we have allowed in logistics, travel, tourism. We have also tried in opened it up in engineering disciplines such as artificial intelligence and data science, where no hands-on experience is required to be given. At least you can see a dynamic change happening towards online and open distance learning. And ladies and gentlemen, your multiple entry and exit, your online education, your open distance learning, your multidisciplinary concept of an institute being a multidisciplinary education being given at one place, all of this also contributes in a massive manner to the overall gross enrollment ratio. I did mention one point, that is in the open electives, why only agriculture, health and legal? I did go beyond that and I said, why not have Indian knowledge system, universal human values? Why was that also being recommended at that point of time? It was recommended in addition to many more recommendations what anybody can suggest as part of that open electives. There was a single reason for that, and the single reason happens to be NEP sees or desires India to be at the top of the world global hub of education by 2035. What does it imply? It implies that if once upon a time we had universities like Nalanda and Takshashila, why can't we go back there once again? We can surely go back. It's a collective effort. But how do you go back? It has got a straight ramification of global outreach and internationalization. Now, this is another chapter on NEP. What does it imply? It implies two things. Number one, straight which comes to our mind is as to why our students after the school education go abroad. I think lot needs to be done, an introspection into this. We will not dwell into that. It's well known to each and everybody. But having said that, I think we need to be carrying out a changes in our ecosystem, in our educational universities or educational institutes. We need to be carrying out a changes in our curriculum and contents to attract our own students. And number two is we need to also attract international students to come to our country for the purposes of higher education. How can you do it? We can do it if we talk about academics. It's just a proposal by carrying out an Indianness in our education system. What is Indianness in our education system? We are not a country with a history just about 400 years old. Against the Western civilization, we are a country where our history dates back to millenniums. If that be our richness in our heritage, that needs to be incorporated into your teaching and learning. Bring back your Indian system, universal human values, your morals, ethics, culture into your education. And this will be one of the strongest points in attracting our students and at the same time bringing in international students besides many more administrative nature recommendations which have come in. Outreach to foreign students, incorporating our embassies abroad, enabling people to set up office abroad. These are all administrative nature points. As far as the educational academics is concerned, I think this is one of the biggest outreach points which needs to be done. Ultimate aim of the complete educational institute, as far as we are concerned, also happens to be, or in fact, happens to be the students. If students are the ultimate focal points as far as the national education policy is concerned, and even an institute is concerned, there is a full chapter for the students which is called as inclusive education. An inclusive education is nothing but consists of access, equality, equity, autonomy, accountability, affordability, and quality. So there are 7 points which I did mention. In quick fire, I'll just tell you what are these 7, because all of us are already doing it. It needs to be done in a synchronized manner. Access is making sure that every student is given access to each and every item towards education, be it lab, be it an institute, be it books, be it literature, anything that's called, or a library, that is called an access. What is equality? Equality is nothing but 2009 Government of India Right to Education Act, that irrespective of gender, caste, creed, religion, financial status, everybody to be treated at par with no differentiation to be carried out between anybody. What is equity? Equity is understanding everybody, because no two students or human being is alike. Everybody is having its own certain dynamics as we grow up in life. Understanding the specific needs of an individual student and then carrying out a specific teaching learning in a classroom. That is where the faculty members play a very important role. Autonomy, I did mention when it came to institute, and with autonomy comes in accountability. Always remember, autonomy never goes in isolation. When you speak autonomy, accountability is built in. Accountability, when spoken with autonomy of an institute, is accountability of an institute. But here we have accountability of faculty members. There is no system, there is no provision existing to find out the accountability of faculty members, at least today in our education system. We are trying our level best to bring about it by means of various activities. We have 360-degree feedback analysis. AICT has 2009 Gazette notification, 1st March 2019, has carried out that every promotion would be based on 360-degree feedback. So that's also a great step towards building in an accountability in the system. 6th, I spoke about affordability. Now there's a very big recommendation and thought process and discussions on the subject in case if students in the coming times have to come to the institute, not 100%, and they are supposed to be coming at a reduced scale, maybe 60, 70, 80, as the case may be. Why not reduce the fees? Why not reduce the fee structure of students and make education that much more affordable? Many more students who are not in a position to come forward can also come forward in case if the fee structure is revised and reduced. That's called affordability. But at the same time, having said this, one needs to cater for the institute's requirement also. So the institutes, for the purpose of the becoming multidisciplinary, can carry out a regular as a degree college in the morning, and the same infrastructure, the campus, can be utilized for the purpose of the polytechnic or any other form of education in the evening. There's another proposal going about, why not carry out an education in 3 shifts within the same campus, within the same infrastructure. See, these are the proposals which are moving about and in the process of getting implemented by taking in views from the environment. And the last most important point happens to be the quality. Everybody talks about quality, you, me, everybody. I also talk about quality in my office, quality in this, quality in that. But what is the definition of quality? The definition of quality happens to be one single definition, that is achieving certain benchmark set standard parameters which have already been established and proven for the purposes of achieving. And then when you achieve that, you are supposed to be saying that my quality in that specific dimension or that specific field is perfect. As far as education is concerned, the quality in education has been defined by the word accreditation. And again, the NEP desires that every multidisciplinary autonomous, now I'm using the word, higher educational institute will be having each and every discipline NBA accredited. That is something which has already been spoken in our approval handbook, that each and every discipline to be focused towards NBA accreditation. AICT has many schemes towards, number one, for students, for faculty, for institutes, for research, and even for accreditation. That's a government's initiative to make sure, even before the NEP came in, desiring that each one of us should be at a common platform as far as education is concerned. And now comes a very important parameter, and which happens to be research. There is an altogether a separate organization by the name NRF, National Research Foundation, that is going to be established. In case you people heard very recently, about a month, 2 months back, the finance minister speaking about the finance budget which was released, a huge amount of money has now been kept as a 5 years for NRF. Again, as the present system of various independent regulatory bodies or central bodies or state bodies giving the grants for research, NEP sees that in the times to come, there will only be one body for the purpose of regulation of research. Every research which will be carried out towards the national needs and national aligned requirements. A research perforce will lead to a useful product. Every product so coming out of a research will be applicable to the nation or to the society as such. Because it has also been found that research, IPR, and patenting are all correlated. Larger aspect of an RF will also be spent upon advocating on IPR and patenting related activities. We also at AICT and the ministry recommend that an undergraduate course will be minimum of 4 years and a master's will be minimum of 2 years and not less. That is, even though because the NEP says that even after 3rd year you can take a degree. And after 4th year it's a degree with research. But we say minimum 4 years for bachelor's and 2 years for master's. This is also under deliberation. So ladies and gentlemen, in a brief, I have tried to cover up about the national education policy, and collectively when we see all these things, dynamics moving around, I do not think that when we join hands together, India, why should not? We will surely be at 2035 where we desire, if not prior. How the whole thing is going to pan out and look at a national level. At a national level, the topmost agency which is being recommended will be HECI, Higher Education Commission of India. And under the Higher Education Commission of India, there will be 4 verticals. There will be 4 verticals. The first vertical will be NHERC, National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which will be carrying out the regulatory activities as against what there are various multiple agencies which carry out regulation, except for medical and legal. Medical and legal have been left out of NEP 2020. So first vertical is NHERC. Number 2 vertical becomes HEGC, which is Higher Education Grants Council. The Higher Education Grants Council will be dealing with the release of all the funds and the grants. Again, as today, multiple agencies, you're going to have one agency. The third is NAC, National Accreditation Council, which will be carrying out the accreditation. And the fourth is going to be GEC, General Education Council, wherein the professional standard setting bodies like various Veterinary Council of India, Pharmacy Council of India, Indian Council of Architecture and Research, they are going to be forming there and ensuring that a professional standard setting and recommendations towards continuous upgradation and internationalization, meeting the overall desires and needs of a content or a curriculum of a respective discipline is met. This is how at national level we are going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it was my sincere effort just about to speak. I know I must have exceeded my time given, but I couldn't have spoken anything lesser than this. I would have cut short 1 or 2 points. Hopefully what I have spoken has given a insight into the NEP and been some kind of a matter of interest to a lot of people. Gentlemen, this is a very, very important aspect. Everybody at least should be aware what is NEP all about. That at the minimum that each one of us should be knowing, and what is the central government, various regulatory bodies, and what is the state government doing towards its implementation. My humble submission would be, please go back, read about NEP. You will be much, much more wiser. In fact, I would also feel myself much more wiser in case if suppose somebody can give me certain recommendation, suggestion, because we are still in the process of finalizing our recommendations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Apology for extending time, and thanks a lot for giving me an honor to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was really a pleasure. I would invite our President, sir, for his thoughts. I've seen him that he has been very, carefully listening to the talk, and he has, I think, definitely he has some comments and suggestions that he would like to give. Yes, over to you, sir.
First of all, I must thank you for enlightening us in depth how the new education policy is about with respect to higher education. Now the question is of implementation, and you have said that you are open to a lot of suggestions. I recollect having told the chairman of NEP at NAC headquarters in Bangalore when we were called for brainstorming. I had said at that point of time, to implement the multidisciplinary policy that we are talking of, there are already institutions existing in India in various cities where they have already a concept of integrated campus. And these were the visionary people who had done it long time ago. Now you must bring in a policy of implementation and ask these stakeholders who have already ready-made infrastructure to implement the new education policy at the earliest so that they can become role models. For example, the campus where we are holding this deliberation today, which is called integrated campus. Now, if I want to start tomorrow M-Farm and D-Farm, I'm getting bogged down to create new infrastructures. For that thing to be done away with, the new education policy, which is talking about maximum utilization of infrastructure of laboratories, classrooms, as per the present guidelines on which we are running our pharmacy college, for example, the infrastructure remains unutilized for most part of the day. Because the students are not 24/7 in the labs, nor are they in the classrooms, nor are they in their computer rooms. So the same premises can be utilized in rotation so that there is maximum utilization of fixed infrastructure and more of students can come in the stream. It becomes multidisciplinary. For example, D-Farm students can immediately start taking their courses in that premises with the faculty and ratio all taken care of. Faculty you can get without any problem, but to create infrastructure, it will take 2 years, 3 years. So those role model institutions which they have a ready-made platform to take off the integrated and multidisciplinary concept, if this is done with an idea to implement it fast so that your gross enrollment ratio, which is 25, goes to say 26, 27, it will keep on increasing. And the rest of the people, stakeholders, they'll have somebody to look forward to, because you need some reality. We are talking of on digital platform and on our dreams, but somebody has to implement as a pilot project. Therefore, I request you, the organization like Anjuman Islam. For example, I have a campus at BT where I have got catering colleges in the same premises. I have got Polytechnic for the girls. I have got law college. I have got home science college, and so on and so forth. All those facilities, the laboratories, the computer rooms, that fixed infrastructure could be utilized whenever it is vacant, so that a larger volume of people come and that multidisciplinary integrated culture comes in. And every inch of the place has to be utilized. Because as I said, you can get the faculty, you can train, but to create infrastructure, which is a problem, it will take time. So I suggest that please take a feedback from people like us, and there are many others, which we had told to the chairman there. If you can come out AICT with this formulation at a faster pace, then people will start implementing. We are talking of sharing the resources, the teachers and your infrastructure facilities to the neighboring areas. These will be the people who will also do that, because they have got ready-made infrastructure, they have got in place administrative setup and the ability to run the show. So I think these people will be the drivers. And what the government wants to do, people like this organization can do it faster. So I suggest things which are doable, which is very easily said and understood, if it can be done at a faster pace. Say, coming academic year, you start changing the policy. Simultaneously, the inputs to be given to the accreditation committee also with respect to infrastructure. Okay, the older version will not work. It will not be compatible with the new education policy. So vis-a-vis the infrastructure related things have to be made flexible, in tune with the new education policy. If you can start this, say 60 days down the line before the new academic year starts, because the academic year will not start as per schedule because of pandemics. Exams are not taking place, and then entry exams are not taking place. So we have another 3-4 months. So these institutions can do that job. And if you wish so, we can also give a write-up to you. But I think having spoken to you and the way you presented it, we are all set to implement it. The faster we do it, the better it will be. And same thing, like in one building, we are talking of multidisciplinary. There can be a college of business management, there can be a college of commerce and arts, and there can be another college, provided there is a space to rotate.
Correct, sir.
So stand-alone institution concept is done away with, but that has to also come into force with the various disciplines which are still regulating till such time when we get a one authority. So I suggest, okay, it is time for us to go for implementation.
Absolutely, absolutely, Dr. Zahir, sir. That is exactly what is being spoken. That is what is exactly being promulgated. Like I always keep saying, sir, a policy is as good or bad as the implemented point of that policy. Otherwise, once again, this will continue to remain on papers. And once after some time, again, we are going to forget it and continue. But this time, sir, it is under the process of being implemented. Your point is valued, very well taken, sir. I have noted down this particular point for the purpose of the recommendation to the larger committee regarding already existing integrated campuses, which can be renamed or be told as the multidisciplinary higher education institutes, then who can be a role model for others around to start following. We need to implement it, and this is how it will be done, sir. Your point is very well taken, sir. It was a very valuable suggestion, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, very much. If we have one or two clarifications or comments, if you permit, Colonel sir, should I take it up?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so there was one of the comment by our very own director, sir, that we're talking about, Indian education system has been very siloed as such, very departmentalized, and obviously that needs a cultural shift in the higher education ecosystem over the next 10, 15 years. How do we do that essentially? How do you think that will be doable as such?
unless and until we get about from the mindset of a single education going in one particular discipline, which are not going to be fructified. See, today, if I come out, I am a mechanical engineer by profession, but I did my mechanical engineering 25 years back. So at that point of time, it was a very, very professional course, which I did, and I came back and I came out, and yes, today, wherever I am because of that. But in today's generation, in isolation, carrying out a mechanical engineering course, I don't think so anybody can come out and be very proud of it. It has to be a complete course, a package in which he is doing certain of computers, certain electronics, and he's also getting to know, like I said, it's a mandatory now for having an agriculture, health, and legal aspects. I still don't know if you ask me. Still, I know nothing about legal in my life. Anything happens, the first thing I go is I don't know, touch wood, God willing, I have not got any chance to go to any legal consultancy today. But if it happens, I know zero. Whereas today's education, when you are only doing an education, you are the one who is doing research, you are coming out with a product, lot many legal aspects are involved in that one product. Why is it that a candidate does not know it himself? This is what it is. Number two, like I did mention, any industry today has a system of systems. There is no one particular product in a system. Today, let's talk of a basic car which is there. Car was considered to be a purely mechanical engineering product. It was my forte. Today, it's no more a mechanical engineer's forte. It's an automatic car. It's got so many sensors. It's voice automated. It is self-automated. I don't know where the mechanical portion has gone now. It is all encompassing today. So in case if suppose I have to say the curriculum is being amended, curriculum is being changed, most important, the student is being given freedom to design his course. He is not being forced into any particular degree or what our parents did in our time. Because a neighbor's son happened to go into mechanical, I was also sent, you also go to mechanical. Mechanical was considered to be, very big thing in the army. So everybody went there. It is not today. Today, it's the student who will be left to decide his own subject contents for the purposes of earning a full credit. And that is where automatic multidisciplinary will come in, because grant us, you people are much connected to students than what we are here. You would appreciate that today's student is a well-versed student, is a reasonably knowledgeable, who knows how to shape his career. So even though the regulation guidelines from the top can only come so far as to say that options to be given to students to pick and choose his career, implementation of this is going to be vested to that particular multidisciplinary higher education autonomous institute for the purpose of ensuring that the student comes out in such a manner after graduation that he or she is in a contributory position to the overall building of the nation. I hope I have been able to, Sharik sir, answer in some manner, because there is no fit guidelines which we gave it from here.
Yes, I think President sir wants to comment on. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I just want to add one more point. You rightly said that the students from Polytechnic, when they get into the second year of engineering and the end of when they come to their finality, they perform better than the regular ones.
Absolutely, sir.
Well said. So now I have one suggestion to make. Earlier, there was 20% of collateral admissions were done for second year for diploma. Since last 2 or 3 years, it has brought down to 10%.
10%.
On the contrary, it should be increased, because the Polytechnic people need to go into degree. That is again a multidisciplinary. They are trying to enhance their education. So therefore, the number of seats available for them are so minimum that most of them who would like to get admitted are left out. So I think this policy, which has come in last 2-3 years, is contrary to what the new education policy is saying. Since you are a part of AICTC, my humble request is either restore to 20% or make it little more, so that more and more students are in the stream rather than they are left out. I would call them partial dropouts, because they could not enhance their education further.
Very, very, very relevant, sir. Very relevant. This has also been noted down, sir. And somewhere we missed out, because we've been having, sir, sessions after sessions from, I recollect from October, sir, practically I am into NEP implementation, and I don't know, sir, I have now verbatim, I have mugged up the whole NEP and its various facets, but somewhere we missed out this particular very important aspect, which could have come out as one of the points for implementation to increase this number. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. I've just noted down this point, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So with your permission, President sir, if you permit it, we can do a closing remarks of it. We have another session at 1 o'clock. So we would like to give at least 10 minutes break for faculty persons. With your permission, should I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So on behalf of all of us here at the Faculty Development Program, on behalf of Anjuman Islam's management as such, I really like to thank Colonel Venkat for coming here and gracing the occasion. I'd like to thank our very own Honorable President Sir Zahir Kai Saab for sparing his very valuable time coming here, being so engaged. So it's really been an honor and pleasure to be having you here, working under your leadership as such. And also I would like to thank all of our participants who have come here. And as we mentioned in the start, we have tried to stitch together a very valuable program, faculty program. We have got some very good experts who are known nationally, internationally. So I'm very confident that you'll be optimizing on this time for the entire week. Definitely you'll be enriched by your understanding of quality by design. And that's the whole purpose of having all of you get together this entire week. So once again, thank you so much from all of us here at Kalsikar Technical Campus School of Pharmacy. I'd like to once again thank our Honorable President Zahir Kai Saab for his time, Colonel Venkat for sparing his very valuable time, our Director Sir Dr. Abdul Razak Hunutagi, our Chairman Mr. Burhan Haris, and all our faculty participants. So once again, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you all for the next session. So the next technical keynote sessions would start at 1 o'clock. We'll take another 20 minutes break. Dr. Bhupender Singh Bhoop will be giving his keynote address at 1 o'clock sharp. He's a very well-known scientist, academician, as just mentioned. So for the information of Dr. Zahir Kai Saab, sir, he's #1 researcher in quality by design. His group has 200 plus publications. He's internationally known for quality by design, much sought after by both academia and industry. So we'll be waiting eagerly for his talk at 1 o'clock, and hopefully. So thank you so much once again. For now, then we'll take a break. The session will continue here. The meeting will be on. And then people, if you are stay here, you can stay there, but others, you can join back at 1 o'clock. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir, so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, so much.
Razak Saab, can I leave?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
आप मुझे और एक बार लिंक भेजिए. If I am ready by 1 o'clock, I'll try and listen to the speaker also.
Yes, sir. He'll be very happy to have you here, sir.
The same link, na, sir?
Yes, same
Yeah.
link.
Yeah,
Yes.
I sent the same link, sir.
Razak Saab, मैंने जो input दिया, it will benefit everyone in an immense way. I think we should put it down in black and white as a proposal from Anjuman. We will forward to him and a copy to the chairman of the NEP. ये draft कर लो जरा.
Okay, sir. Immediately.
Yes.
Example देते हुए कि we could be the role model so that people will look at and see they have implemented.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Right,
sir.
I'm sure you have appreciated what has input.
Sir, I think I
Absolutely,
wanted to again call you back to tell that only. I mean, very vital points, and he got enlightened. He accepted on open platform, saying that it was missed out, and I have noted it, and we will definitely send, sir, from Anjuman
Yes.
those recommendations. Okay.
But I think after the end of this meeting, we must put it down and send it to him to put it to seniors, and copy we will forward to the chairman of education policy, so that it will go fast in the stream.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Noted, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, sir.
Link भेज दो when I am
Please, sir.
comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Please join in, sir, please.
Okay.
Dr. Sharik, the Bhoop sir is in waiting.
म्यूट क्यों कर देते हैं? हेलो
Yes, we have taken the break for some time. We'll be starting our session by 1 p.m. and so.
A very warm welcome to Dr. Bhoop. Sir, we just finished our first inaugural session. So we'll be starting by 1 o'clock, sir. So
Absolutely fine. I was just checking
sure.
mic, audio and video.
Okay, great, sir. Thank you so much. Sure. Welcome here, sir. Welcome.
Okay, bye.
Good afternoon, Dr. Bhoop. I look forward to hear you and Dr. Ranjit Barshikar. This is Munira.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bhoop is here.
वो क्यों नहीं आ रहा आवाज?
A very warm good afternoon to all. We'll just wait for about 2-3 minutes and folks are joining in. So we'll get started at 1:05, 3 minutes or so. Okay, so I think we'll get started here.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back to second session of the day one of this refresher program. In the first half of the session, we had very motivating opening remark by Honorable President of Anjuman-e-Islam, Dr. Zahir
Sufyan, you're
Aicte-Iste.
not audible to me.
Hello, am I audible?
Oh, now you are. Now you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in the morning first session, we have very motivating opening remark by Honorable President of Anjuman-e-Islam, Dr. Zahir Aicte-Iste, and followed by that, we had insightful session on NEP 2020 by Konkol B. Venkat, Director of Faculty Development Cell of AICT. I hope our all participants have enjoyed the session. Going forward, we'll start with the technical sessions on the QVD. I request Dean School of Pharmacy to take further proceeding of this session. Dr. Sharik, it is over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Abu Sufyan. So once again, I would like to warmly welcome all our participants for I would say, the technical inauguration of the program. So we have two great stalwarts in the field of quality by design, Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop, Dr. Ranjit Barshikar. Both of them don't need any big introductions as such. Before I call upon our advisory team member, Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, for formal introductions, I would just like to say one thing about Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop. So on a personal note, it has been truly a pleasure interacting with him for the last 15 days or so for this setting up of this quality by design workshop. And let me tell you that, you know, we all know that he's a very accomplished academician, researcher, but on a personal note, a very excellent human being, a very humble person. He's been such a mentor and guide for all of us for the last month or so, you know, talking to people, guiding us on in terms of speakers. And let me tell you, I'll be very honest and very frank with you. Most of the speakers that you see in this faculty development program are here just because Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop is here. So whenever I've been interacting with any of the speakers, requesting them for their time, the response that I get is, Bhoop Saab ne keh diya to aana padega. Bhoop साहब ने कह दिया तो हमें आना है. That's it. That's about it. So that is the credibility. That is the level of connection. That is the level of attachment people have in the field of QBD towards him. It has just purely been an honor for me to be interacting with him, sir. And it's just been really a wonderful time. And I've really learned a lot about you. And I'm really impressed by your academic research and the integrity that you've been doing for more than 2 decades. And the industry acknowledges your work and research, which is very rare for people in academia. That industry kind of comes back to them for their guidance. So it has truly been an honor and pleasure for us, sir. Once again, I welcome you, and I would request Dr. Zinat Iqbal, who is a part of our advisory team for this faculty development workshop. Dr. Zinat Iqbal is an accomplished professor in Department of Pharmaceutics at Hamdard University, one of the top ranked schools in the country for pharmacy. So I invite Dr. Zinat for a formal introduction of Dr. Bhupender Singh Bhoop. Over to you, Dr. Zinat. You need to unmute yourself, madam.
Okay. Am I audible?
Perfect, yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Very good afternoon. Sat Shri Akal to Bhoop Singh Sirji, who is here, and many other teachers who are here as a part of this FTP. And I must at the outset acknowledge that we are indeed absolutely blessed to have Professor Bhupender Singh Bhoop sir. Sharik, I think you remember the first day we talked about the QBD, and the first name which came out in the meeting was just his name and nobody else's. And we were at that point of time not very sure that he would be able to give us time. And a single call to him was amazingly answered in the most humane manner. And he was absolutely like, despite his preoccupations and all, he was very kind to agree to have a word with you, and rest is history. And today he is here. I personally, on my own behalf and on the behalf of the organizers, welcome you, sir, to this very august gathering. I'm extremely happy to relate to you that the limit for this program was just the teachers attendees, and which was, I think, not more than 100. And we have so many students who had approached me personally after seeing this pamphlet that we would like to be a part of this journey. So many of the research scholars have joined in, and I'm extremely happy to introduce you to this stalwart of QBD. I personally am a big fan of him. Unfortunately, I could only meet him once or twice and could never interact on a very prolific manner. But nonetheless, I feel obliged that he agreed to being in this sort of arrangement today, and we are here with him, albeit virtually. So please allow me to present to the audience this gentleman who is the mover and shaker of the industry and primarily the field of QBD, or quality by design. To begin with, he's an acclaimed globally scientific person or a scientific researcher who has been working on the novel and the nanostructured drug delivery using QBD paradigms and advanced pharmacokinetic modeling. Professor Bhoop has contributed over 38 years of dedicated service towards pharmaceutical education and research. Hats off to you, sir. Professor Bhoop sir has, to his credit, not less than 405 original publications, including 16 books by prestigious international publishers, 76 book chapters, and an H index of 49. He has citations of over 10,050, which in itself is a testimony of his great research work. Working in the domain of the design of experiments and related paradigms, way back since 1995, he is considered as a pioneer in the field in India. A widely traveled scientist, he has delivered more than 365 plenary keynote invited talks in India and abroad. Some countries I may name here. He visited USA, Canada, UK, Germany, China, Thailand, and many, many more. He has been associated with the leading pharma companies, and some of the names include Ranbaxy, Cipla, Cadila, Alchem, Jubilant, Bharat Serums, Panacea Biotech. He has been working with the industry very closely, and he has trained people and scientists in the industry on QBD, biowavers, and nanomedicines. He is an academician par excellence as well, guiding over 110 researchers, including 34 PhDs, 6 postdoctorates, completed 6 industrial consultancy assignments, and has to his credit around 7 patents and 2 technology transfers of nanotech-based drug delivery products. I don't think anybody matches this particular accomplishments of his in the pharma domain, as far as I know. He has earned research grants to the tune of 7.30 crores from both governmental as well as the corporate sectors. And I must really, really put on record that the recent, his published work has brought him into the new echelons of the top 2% scientists across the world. Professor Bhoop has been bestowed upon with various numerous awards and accolades. And some of them it's a big list. I think I'll go breathless if I read them all. So I'll primarily mention the ones which are most sort of accomplished. The Siksha Ratan Puraskar of 2008. Then he got the QBD Excellence Award of 2013. Then he was awarded the APTI Best Pharmacy Teacher in 2014. Then he received Professor M.R. Baichwal Oration Award 2015 and Scientist for Excellence Award 2015, which was given by Minitab Incorporation UK. He has been named as sort of the topmost scientist as many of the sort of what we call as registrations. And he is on the expert panel of UGC, NBA, NAC, AICT, PCI, DST, SERB, DBT, UPSC, IPA, APTI, and SPER. He is also a part of the Commonwealth Secretariat. His alma mater, or the university which he has been teaching, is the Punjab University. As we all know, he has been sort of a chairman in the University Institute of Farm Sciences between 2014 and 17. I don't think there is any chair which he has not occupied. He was the dean in the year 2012 and 14. He was also the dean of alumni relations between 2007 and 11. And he is been the founder coordinator of the National UGC Center for Excellence in Nanobiomedical Applications. I must put on record here again something which is worthwhile and has to be applauded by all of us here. On the basis of his exemplary accomplishments, Mr. Hamid Ansari, the then Vice President of India, Professor Ved Prakash, the then Chairman UGC, and the Indian Pharmaceutical Association conferred upon Professor Bhoop the Honorary Fellowship Awards of Punjab University way back in 2011. And then in 2017, and he also received a lot of accolades from the Indian Pharmaceutical Association in 2018. I must, with these words, request the most coveted personality amongst the house today, Professor Bhupinder Singh, to take onto the stage and actually deliver the inaugural keynote address to the August gathering here. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm really overwhelmed to see you physically, although it's virtually, but I'm really happy to see you, sir. It's like a blessing to be seeing you right here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharik, for having me roped into this very prestigiously looking, faculty development program. And thank you so much, Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, for excellent introduction. I do not know whether I'll come up to the expectations of the audience after this excellent introduction, which Dr. Zeenat has, shared with the learned members of the audience. Thank you so much. I think at the onset, let me share the screen and see if it is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
It's visible?
It's visible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So my topic, which was mutually decided between Dr. Sharik and me, was, something like this. Quality by design. Needless to mention, it's, a paradigm which is highly sought after for efficient pharma development. But today, many of us are intrigued whether it's an option or whether it's a forced adoption or whether it's a blessing. So I'll touch upon the fundamentals of the topic, two little advances, because I've been asked to set the ball rolling in this direction. Of course, when you start working in a particular domain, and when you start learning, I still consider myself as a humble learner of pharmaceutical sciences, particularly of quality by design. Each day I tend to learn. I'm sure, with today's interaction, I'm going to learn many things from the audience, from the learned peers, today as well. So each day is a learning day. So even if you are a experienced teacher or experienced scientist or a, president of a pharma company, something like that. But still, there is always enough scope to learn and to earn, not only to earn, not in terms of money or in terms of name, fame, in terms of, lot of satisfaction by disseminating whatever you have learned. So I start my, presentation. So I have structured my presentation in this way. I hope, the animation effects are visible to one and all. Uh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So a little bit about drug product development and genesis of various systematic paradigms, including QBD, and specifically about QBD as applied to formulation development, also called as formulation by design, and its models and designs and applications and some case studies and some cautions. Within a span of 1 hour and 30 minutes, whatever I could justify. Normally, whenever we tend to interact with the industry, either it's a 1 day program or a 1.5 day program, or it's a 2 days program to train the juvenile scientists over there. And sometimes, the advanced concepts are taken up subsequently. So within a period of 1.5 hours, I can only familiarize the young participants on this highly sought after discipline across the world, not only in the country, but across the world. So from technological perspectives, a drug product can be taken up as an amalgamation of API and excipients and the processors. It's usually a complex device. The excipients could be functional and non-functional, like surfactants, like emulsifying agent, like suspending agents, like release controlling polymers, or like some targeting kind of moieties, and some low functionality additives, and the processes which are accounting for making it a drug product or drug delivery product. And these could be, needless to mention, either branded drug products, or it could be generic drug products. So branded drug products are those which tend to belong to a particular company, and the valid patent is in the name of the company, also called as a reference listed products. While the generic products are those, which are the pharmaceutical, which are supposed to be, pharmaceutical clones of the reference listed products, and they have to be identical to the reference listed products, in strength and route of administration, in quality and performance characteristics, particularly the bioavailability. So generic products have got their own distinct advantages. The former US President Barack Obama used to accentuate on the usage of generics more and more in healthcare to, make the, cost of, healthcare more affordable, more, cheaper, so generic drugs are cheaper. Why shouldn't we switch over to that? The drug treatment cost in US today is $1.8 trillion. I think everybody remembers trillion is a million of a million, 10 raised to power 12 dollars, and multiply that with 75. Look at the exorbitant cost of the healthcare, and it can be significantly reduced if the reference system products are switched over to the generic products. So many advantages. And in this regard, let me make all the Indian, scientists who are attending more proud about the pharmacy scene in the country. India is the pharmacy capital of the world, and recently, since March 2020, we have proved it more than once. The world had been looking towards us for hydroxychloroquine and the vaccines now, and now 2GD and many other things. So it's a manufacturing hub for most of the countries. Many drug and drug formulations are being prepared in India for the entire world. Accounts for around 40% generic needs in US. They are being met by the Indian pharma. Every third drug master's filed in US is from India. Every third pill taken across the world is from India. Isn't it a matter to be proud of? And worth clapping for the Indian pharma world, despite the hiccups of the infrastructure and inadequate regulatory, addressals of the issues and the governmental changes and so on. But India continues to be, amongst the front leaders and the torchbearer. US dollar, a 1.6 trillion market, growing at a phenomenal rate of 16 to 18%, at annual growth rate, cumulative annual growth rate is, phenomenal from any commercial perspectives. So, my dear young participants, I keep showing this hilarious kind of slide to distinguish between the branded and the generic solutions. So, if we have a branded product just like this black elephant on the left, and we are to emulate the same, the reference listed product has the characteristics which are to be emulated, like one trunk, four legs. It should be able to carry both. In the load, both as passengers and cargo. It should be black in color, should be herbivorous. While this innovative and Jugadu guy on the right hand side, has demonstrated the generic product, which is equivalent to that of the reference listed product. That's the elephant. It has one trunk, though artificially made, four legs, and he's demonstrating that it can carry load of passenger and cargo. It's jet black, more black in color. It's herbivorous, and in addition, it gives you milk. So, should it be called as a generic equivalent to the reference listed product? No, because the reference listed product has to be holistically similar, holistically, equivalent, not individualistically, similar. So it does fulfill the individual requirement, but holistically it tends to fail. So our generic products should also be, holistically equivalent. So amongst the products, when you go into, we have relatively complex systems, called as drug delivery systems, which could be, either targeted systems, which are called as spatial, or the timed release, either controlled release or modified release, or delayed release, or even fast release. They are called as temporal system. Or there is another category which is emerging, that's a bio enhanced system, where you tend to improve the bioavailability of the drug when they are administered through a particular route other than IV bolus. And there are other novel nanostructured systems which are used amongst the drug delivery systems, which include SNEDs, self-nanomultiplying drug delivery systems, SLNs, quantum dots, liposomes, fullerenes, and so on. My dear students, my dear young participants particularly, I wish to just let you go through the industrial, applications and the processes which our drug has to undergo to make itself into a drug product. This is a case of, for instance, this is a case of film-coated imprinted tablet. And here at the bottom nearly, there is a yellow colored powder, which is the drug API. Now it will be granulated, then it will be milled, then it will be dried, then again dry milling is carried out, then there is tumble mixing, and then there is a rotary compression machine, then finally coating through XLR quota, imprinting, and you get the imprinted tablets. All these processes which I have just named and which are visible from this slide, have some possibility of a variability creeping into that process. So analyzing this variability is extremely important to ensure the product quality. So industrial scientist looks into the Ishikawa fishbone diagram, like the one which is seen in the slide. It's a good management tool, excellent management tool. So here product quality is dependent upon various M's, be it raw materials or the API be it the men who tend to operate or the scientists who tend to be involved in, be it the machinations, for compression or for evaluation, be it the methodologies, techniques which are employed, be it the measurements or the measurement devices, be it the milieu, that is the environment of the pharmaceutical company, or be it the management policies, all these tend to account for the product quality. The variability in all these tend to account for the inconsistencies or the variabilities in the product quality as well. So, my dear members of the audience, the overall variability in any product, which is given at the bottom. So, the bottom line is the variability, that sigma square of any product is equal to the sigma square, the variability of the API, variability of the excipient, variability of the process, variability of the packaging, and the variability of the interactions. That's very, very important. So API can interact with excipient 1, excipient 2, excipient 3, excipient N. API can interact with process 1, process 2, process 3. API can interact with package 1, package 2, and excipient 1 can interact with excipient 2, excipient 3, excipient 4, excipient N minus 1. Process may, interact with various kinds of excipient. Package may affect, the interact through interactions with the various kinds of excipients and processors. There are so many possible permutations and combinations which can happen and which have been ignored earlier. So all these are accounting for the variability due to products. So unless we check with variabilities and we optimize, this is going to the product. So I tend to, share. I keep sharing this is from a zoo in Australia. Here is the female zebra behind, and male donkey, and the offspring, from both of these, what would that be called as zonky or dongra? I leave it to your imagination, So lest this may happen, optimization of the animals as well as of the drug product system must. So, and this is true for drug delivery systems too. But question arises, isn't optimization a regular phenomenon in the pharmaceutical industry? Yes, it is. But the kind of optimization which we were, thinking of, which we are aiming of, this is not, true. So optimization is not a new phenomenon, but the kind of technique which is used is half-baked. It's called as one variable at one time, one factor at one time, or changing one single variable at one time cost, or sometimes it's called as shotgun trial and error approach. All these, synonyms tend to indicate that one variable will be taken at one time. It means, if one variable is taken at one time, all those are not simultaneously, varied, then there is every kind of eventuality possibility that they will not be able to interact. But in actual situation, all these excipients, processes, packages are available in conjunction with each other. So there is tangible possibility of interactions happening with each other. So when we work, we know that a good leader knows that 1 plus 1 is actually 11. Can happen, can make it. A good leader, a synergistic leader can make it happen because of the complementarity of the possible synergy of two individuals. If they are complementing, if the strength of one is complementing, overcoming the weakness of another, and vice versa, the results is a win-win kind of situation. So, or it could be otherwise. If individually, two individuals can do wonders, but when they work together, since they are antagonistic to each other, there is hardly any productivity we have seen, in so many situations as well. Both the situations tend to call for the, analysis of interactions. And who knows it better, because it's a part of our curriculum, pharmacology. Under pharmacology, synergism and antagonism is, very well taught and very well understood to us as the pharmaceutical scientists. We know that one drug plus another drug is not always, the sum of two. It may be less than two. It may be much more than two, due to thanks to the concept of antagonism and synergism. The same is true over here. The kind of optimization technique which was adopted in the pharma circles was not able to identify the synergy or antagonisms. So this technique, one factor at one time or one variable at one time, had numerous shortcomings. So time does not permit me. I am just counting a few of them, highlighting a few of them. One is it's arduous. It involves a lot of effort. It's not economical. It's consuming a lot of time. It's not suitable to find errors. It's not suitable to plug errors. And it results only just okay kind of solutions. All the variables cannot be studied, and very, very important, you are unable to establish the effect versus cause and effect relationship, which is very important in case of sciences. It's not able to be established, over here. And today, FDA is asking about, understanding. How can understanding be developed when you are unable to establish a relationship between cause and effect? So it was just like, so many people commenting upon the, big animal like elephant by just looking at or feeling a part of it. The one who's close to the tail, or he says, no, I have found it's like a snake, it's like a rope. The one who's close to the trunk, okay, no, it's like a python, not small snake. The one which is close to the stomach part, no, it's not neither like that. It's like a a big house, and the one which is close to the leg part, it's like a tree trunk. Everybody has different notions. The one which is close to the ivory part, it's like a spear, it's like a bala. Everybody has different notions, but the animal remains unexplained. Because of this fact, the formulation remained ununderstood, unexplained, because we were looking at one part of it using the technique of OFAT, one factor at one time. And probably due to this, as far as generic products is concerned, you look around, I've got statistics till, 2016 only. The number of recalls had been, exponentially increasing to skyrocketing levels, as far as recalls from the market due to poor quality. And this recall scenario is not limited only to the prescription drugs, to the OTC products, to the cosmetics, to the medical devices, to nutraceuticals, that's dietary supplements as well, due to the poor quality or inconsistency. So, my dear, fellows, let's ponder over how can quality be assured, be it generics or be it the branded products. The answer is simple: by reducing this inconsistency or variability. How can that be done? Through rational and systematic optimization. And fortunately, we have a technique called as DOE, design of experiments. This technique, DOE, is a rational approach that enables teams to learn about the behavior of the product or process by running a series of experiments in such a way that maximal information is obtained using minimal experimentation. That's very important to understand. Maximal information, minimal experimentation. If your kind of strategy, experimental strategy, is not yielding maximal information and is not involving minimal studies, then somewhere there is slabs. It's not fulfilling the basic requirements of DOE. So DOE tends to involve maximal information to experimentation ratio, and it has it's a systematized approach, it's a modern approach, and it has numerous advantages. Again, due to the time constraints, I'll not be able to highlight all of them. requires fewer experiments, yields the best solution in the presence of competing objectives. There can never be a solution found out better than the solution found out using DOE, provided we have adopted the steps correctly. There cannot be a better solution existing, and it can find a problem, it can locate a problem, it can plug that problem. It leads to comprehensive understanding. Today, federal agencies are asking about product and process understanding that cannot be divulged unless we use very effective tool of DOE. And it can simulate product or process behavior and saves significant amount of resources, be it time, be it experimental effort, be it materials, and be it the overall cost. Let's see what happens to the outcome of this virtual bout between DOE and OFAT. This guy on behind is let it be taken up as the DOE and the fat guy as the OFAT. Let's see who wins. So we carried out somewhere in 2004 and reported in 2005 one study of transdermal hydrogel systems, of tenoxicam. And we studied, various parameters. One such parameter over here is the flux, that's permeation per unit area of the drug through the human cadaver skin. And we first plotted versus gelling polymer concentration. So gelling polymer, if I recall, was carbopol ETD 2000. And we found that at the second point, maximum flux is obtained. And and keeping it fixed, then we varied the penetration enhancer, that's oleic acid, and we found that the fifth point gave the maximum flux. And we, made a formulation with these two combination that was called as OFAT formulation. Simultaneously, we, did systematic optimization using central composite design as well, and found out the optimal formulation, which is given as the black hole, which is the true optimum. And the point of intersection of the red beads is the optimum, which is found through OFAT or cost. You see, they are poles apart. That's what's happening. So the OFAT optimum formulation, which I think even in India, even today, say 2/3 of the laboratories in academics and 1/2 of the laboratories in industry are still adopting OFAT very, very, conventionally. And, the optimum formulation which they are finding out, usually, deviates grossly from what could have been the best, usually. Another way, at this point, factor A is optimized, and at this setting, if you tend to optimize, you get an apparent OFAT optimum, while the true optimum, that is the DOE optimum, is missed altogether. So people, that's the scientific and the literate, the rational scientists have been telling it, differently. But I'm fascinated with the UK scientist Podzak, and I keep sharing. According to Podzak, dosage form development using trial and error is mere gambling. That's OFAT is mere gambling. If you toss a coin in the air, you may get either heads or you may get either tails. You may get a good formulation, you may get a bad formulation. It's never guaranteed. But using DOE, you'll always get the best formulation. There cannot be a better formulation existing. You don't have any skepticism whatsoever that I missed the better formulation. It cannot be happening because until and unless you have adopted the procedure in a requisite manner. So when did the pharma world came to know about its inadequacies of adopting OFAT technique? Somewhere in early, 21st century, in 2003, when the Wall Street Journal, shook the entire pharma world and by giving this statement that the pharmaceutical industry has a little secret. Even as it invents futuristic new drugs, its manufacturing techniques lag far behind those of potato chip and laundry soap makers, So laundry soap makers, the nut and bottle industries, dental implant industries, and even pizza industry, oil exploration industries, they were adopting such type of techniques, selectional techniques, but not the pharmaceutical industry. That was the secret divulged by Wall Street Journal, and that shook the entire pharma world, particularly the FDA. So FDA, initiated a series of meetings at its headquarters, and today, we have quality by design in place, of which DOE is an almost essential component. So what is QBD, my dear friends? It's a systematic approach to design products and processes. What for? To meet the patient needs at the desired quality levels. Now, this is the bottom line. Without relying upon periodic inspection and testing of quality. It's a systematic approach. Every approach has been, adopted to design product and processes to meet patient needs. Absolutely no doubt about it. But this is a systematic approach, quality by design. And it doesn't rely upon periodic inspection and testing, periodic testing. Earlier approach was, in contrast, called as quality by testing. This is called as quality by design. Design over here means planning. I'll explain it a little better. So this familiar phase, was to the despite of so many pharmaceutical manufacturer. Janet Woodcock, when the former president Donald Trump took over, the this lady was removed from the status of director of CDER FDA. Earlier, for 7-8 years, she led the FDA up front, and she gave this definition of quality. Pharmaceutical quality is a function of drug substance, excipients, process, and packaging. And I think had she been here today, so she would have added interactions as well. So Janet Woodcock, I think people will remember as the mother of, reforms in, the drug product development. And the QBD is the thought process of so many, but primarily GM Duran is considered as the father of QBD. So he was a American quality expert, but he moved to Japan because nobody in US paid suitable heed to his publications, his advices. There he became consultant to several companies, including that of Toyota. And Toyota was the first company which implemented quality by design much before the pharma companies. So he reiterated that quality can be planned in the first place to avoid quality crisis later. आप पहले अच्छी प्लानिंग करें. सो वो प्लानिंग करेंगे तो आपकी क्वालिटी की वजह से जो रिकॉल या रिजेक्ट्स हैं वो मिनिमाइज हो जाएंगे, वो नेग्लिजिबल हो जाएंगे. दैट वाज द बेसिस ऑफ GM Duran, that you should not work abruptly or with little planning and start working by testing at various steps. No, you should plan, and testing becomes redundant. इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. अगर टेस्टिंग करते भी हैं तो वैलिडेशन के लिए करेंगे. So that was the basis of GM Duran. When QBD guidelines were to be adopted, then his services was recalled by US, and he obliged, and he came over, and he guided the QBD team well, and today we have the guidances in place. So Duran's philosophy of QBD is quality by planning, not merely by chance. So we have to understand a little bit how do we comprehend quality, how do we comprehend design, and how does design deliver quality. So quality, my dear friends, if you look at the Oxford dictionary, it means excellence, putting excellence in a trade. And if you look at excellence, excellence means, delivering quality, building quality. So quality and excellence, they are one and the same thing. And quality is always dynamic. What quality was described 10 years ago or 20 years ago cannot hold good today. So whatever quality has been defined today will not be, claimable 10 years from now, that these are the quality standards, because 10 years, much water would have flown in Ganges, in the next 10 years, and the scenario would have changed. So quality is dynamic. It has to be defined dynamically. So design is the conscious intent. We defined design in 2011, but subsequently Swiss Pharma also defined. I consider Swiss Pharma definition as much more relevant. It's a conscious plan, conscious intent to deliver a product or process with a predefined quality. In day-to-day life, too, we say that this guy doesn't have good designs, means good plans. This unscrupulous guy has some, nefarious design in his mind. हम कहते हैं design means, खुराफात, or बहुत अच्छी सोच, whatever. Design means plan, plan. So conscious intent, conscious plan to deliver product or process, that is design. It's not experimental design in case of QBD. In case of DOE, it is experimental design, but in QBD it is quality by planning. So when I started training pharmaceutical industry in 2000, since 2011, although I had been delivering lectures on DOE and other related features since 1996 to industry, but QBD guidelines came in place in 2010, and since it became important, so industry started knocking at our doors, and since 2011 and late 2011 or early 2012, I think late 2011. So we started, training pharmaceutical industry on the demand. But during interactions, most people even at the helm of the affairs, fed up with these QBD guidelines, used to share over a cup of tea or over lunch and dinner, that it's an edict from the regulators. It's a ploy of the US FDA and ICH to dissuade Indian, pharma from, developing products. We were doing great as far as generics are concerned. Now इन्होंने ऐसे षड्यंत्र रचा है कि हम, इंडिया वाले बहुत पीछे हो जाएं. Okay. And some people used to, I tried to do away. I tried to set aside their bhranti, this, vem in their mind that it's an edict from the regulators to dissuade you. I told them, had it been ploy or conspiracy by the federal agencies to keep you away, I wouldn't have been talking. I wouldn't have been, proposing and propagating this technique since 1996 to industry, that adopt this technique and get the best products here. And some, individuals, some leaders, used to be registered with various conferences where, scientists like and today's FDP have been roped in. And in one such, conference organized by CPHI, one of my friends, who was from company like Johnson and Johnson, he called me, Dr. Bhoop, sorry, I missed your lectures. I was, involved in very important assignment by, the company. So, just let me know, which software to use for implementing QBD. I, felt like banging my head at the wall. So QBD is not merely a program, a computer program to train you, no, it's much beyond. Even without a computer program, you can implement QBD. It's not a program, or it doesn't require essentially a program. Programs may help you out. Programs, are not indispensable. And in some of the pharma companies, the vice presidents, after the valedictory sections of 2 days, announced that the HR gave an excellent report on Dr. Bhoop and his team on training session. Now we are going to adopt QBD as an SOP in all the sections, and I have made a team to prepare the SOP guidelines to be adopted. So again, I felt like, कि मैं यहाँ से audience से भाग क्यों नहीं जाता, because the entire 2 day process is being, squandered just by the poor vision of the guy who's leading them, because it's a custom made, it's a tailor made process. QBD, it's a case to case basis. It cannot be adopted as a fixed process. It's not a SOP. You cannot adopt it as a standard operating procedure or a protocol. You have to look it into in a customized manner as a case to case basis. We'll understand QBD better as we move along. So according to me, it's a rational mindset. It's a rational philosophy. It's an attitude of doing things right from the very beginning. And not only that, not only its attitude, it is the a set of scientific principles to adopt that rational attitude, rational philosophy. And not only that, it's not a scientific principle, it is adoption of those scientific principles to attain quality by that rational mind. This is all QBD about. It's doing it right from the start. It's all about the patients, understanding the patient needs, designing and developing products, meeting those patient needs, and designing and developing manufacturing process capable of, delivering the quality for the patient needs. So it lets you even go beyond the patient's requirement. Look, the customer expectation is somewhere here, and QBT lets you go beyond even the customer expectations. It's a quality which is far superior than the expectations of the patients. So why to implement it? I keep sharing to industry from commercial point of view, good ROI, return on investment, enhanced knowledge sharing, across various, departments and sections, improve time to market. You will be quicker, launching your products, and reduced cost because there will be reduced recalls and rejects. So the overall quality will be much better. Reduces generic skepticism because QBD is in place. The chances of the doubt which we have for the generics, invariably we have some doubt about the quality of generics. इतनी सस्ती क्यों है, ये 4 गुना सस्ती क्यों है, 3 गुना सस्ती क्यों है, अगर सस्ती है तो क्वालिटी भी कम होगी. No, it's not like that. It's because for the reference listed product, they have the different type of price strategy they have adopted. They are adopting, in comparison to the generic products. So generic products has to meet all the equivalence criteria before their products are launched. And the most, if QBD is in place, that skepticism would go. Post-approval changes are minimized, and the overall results are, much more cost efficient. And it also allows the flexibility that's called as regulatory flexibility. We'll be discussing through design space. So I keep sharing to industry that आपको इसको adopt करना ही करना है, as the different kinds of species had been adopting to their circumstances, to the changed nature circumstances, so that their survival could be ensured. So the fittest only would survive. Same is true for the pharmaceutical industry. The one who's adopting to the need and the change directed changes by the federal agencies will be able to survive. So it's a win-win-win situation. Regulatory, industry, and patients all get benefited. Look at the filing, 2008 filing, left side, and 2014 filing, after QBD, almost 5 times reduction in the volume. So volume of the submission gets drastically reduced. Earlier, left hand side, the traditional approach was data rich, information poor, but using QBD in place, everything is systematized. You ask for any data, it's available under the QBD implementation program. So quality by testing, the earlier approach was testing each and every step, and we were keeping, scenario, which was marked with anxiety, marked with uncertainty, particularly bioavailability. You had that notion, क्या होगा मेरा कल पता नहीं क्या product निकलता है कि नहीं निकलता, pass होता है कि नहीं होता. So we had so many, doubts, but each step was a black box status kind. But with QBD in place, each box is a white box. So everything is certain, and you are very, very certain that the next step is going to be, smooth sailing. And end testing is not required, but end testing may be carried out just for the purpose of the validation. So quality by testing approach was testing or inspection, oriented. So it was, outweighing the design part, the planning part, while the modern QBD approach, it's taking testing as well as design part simultaneously. It's balancing both of these. QBD is like the chaotic traffic of India's capital, that's New Delhi, and QBD on the other hand, is regulated traffic, which I clicked somewhere in Los Angeles. It's from LA, Los Angeles. And QBT is like diving in an ocean full of uncertainty, while QBD is like driving very comfortably on the well-carved path on that ocean. QBT is like the tip of the entire iceberg, while QBD is the tip as well as the iceberg taken together, holistically. QBT is like trying to fit one attire to all sizes, while QBD lets it happen, very, in a very comfortable manner. QBT banks upon knowledge exchange from one person to another, one, group to another, one laboratory to another, while QBD banks upon knowledge integration from various departments. They sit over, a common bench and brainstorm and bring out the solution which is invincible, which is not challengeable. So QBD is in tandem with another approach which is called as question-based review. Those who are from industry, they understand it better, because gone are those days when you tend to file and the evaluation is based upon your filing. Now, the scientific force which is behind that filing is interviewed. There are questions which are asked to those scientists, group of scientists, and the review is based upon those obtaining of rational and convincing answers on the basis of those questions which have been asked by the review team. This is called as question-based review. So the QBD is in tandem with question-based reviews, while QBT, we didn't know what's happening. So we were unable to understand. It's just like I keep sharing with my students time and again, that if a doctor commits a mistake, it is the life of that patient in peril, in risk. While if a pharmaceutical scientist commits the mistake, it is the life of hundreds of thousands of the patients who are taking their products in peril. So that's what the federal agencies want, that the through question-based reviews, that the scientists are understanding their products and processes well or not. So that can be ensured only if the scientifically and risk-based approaches have been suitably amalgamated and the scientific team properly understand the product which they are manufacturing and the process through which they are manufacturing. So QBD is not only important, but essential today. This is the FDA timelines, which I'm, showing it to you, which was made available in 2010. But the situation is still alarming. Not many pharma companies across the world, even in India, are totally geared up. Almost, I must say, a few companies, a couple of scores of companies, 40, 50, are geared up partly or wholly for taking up this QBD challenge. The rest have to, take up long strides to implement the same. But particularly in academic circles, excellent research is being done in pharma, colleges, in some of the pharma colleges. And I must say, a couple of institutes which are considered to be the meccas of drug delivery and drug product development, but unfortunately, the coronavirus of QBT is still plaguing them, and they are still not developing their products systematically. They are not training their scientists on systematic development, which is the need of the hour. The first product which was QBD developed was Genovia, and since then there was no looking back. The number of filings got increased exponentially. These are the salient steps involved in QBD. The first and the foremost step is you have to identify that objective, which is called as target or quality target product profile. Quality target product profile. So you'll be identifying, delineating the various characteristics of the reference listed product which you wish to emulate, which you wish to copy. In one of the conferences, IPA conferences, uh, where I was asked to deliver on QBD, and it was 1.5 hour lecture, but it went for 2.5 hour lecture, and followed by 45 minutes discussion, and IPA Goa, and I recall, I think 7, 8 years back, and it was followed by a dinner. It was evening lecture, and one of the scientists, I recall, he accompanied me. Uh, he came to close to me and introduced to me that I'm senior scientist working in a leading pharma company, and I'm working in on generics, but I'm not very good at English over here. So I could gather 60 to 70% of your talk because you are speaking very fluently. So 30, 40% I couldn't gather. So since you are to leave your flight for Mumbai from here, because the next conference was due at Mumbai. Uh, so please, he said, please let me know what QBD is all about for generics, because I'm working on generics in one line. Can you sum up in Hindi in one line? I it was an intriguing question. So I was having my dinner hurriedly, but I could scratch my brain. I told him in 20 seconds that it's like आप generic formulation बनाते हैं, please don't mind, आप नकल कर रहे हैं, है ना? यस यस सर, नकल कर रहे हैं, है ना? मैंने कहा अब आपने नकल करनी है विद अकल, नकल विद अकल। ये एफडीए चाहता है कि सोच समझ के नकल करो। नकल के लिए आपके पास अकल होनी चाहिए। अगर आपके पास है तो यू विल बी नॉट फेलिंग, यू विल बी डूइंग परफेक्ट नकल, एंड यू विल बी टेलिंग हाउ कुड you perform this knuckle using this akal. Akal is the basis. The FDA, the federal agencies want that if anything goes awry, if anything goes haywire, if you have proper akal, you will be able to surmount that problem. and else you'll keep following the procedure, in a very, boxed manner, and anything, going here and there, you'll not be able to manage, and the product will be suboptimal. Product will be, risky for the patient community. So to ensure that you understand, you have to have proper akal while making knuckle. And he took that on his diary, and he, kept sharing with so many of his friends, later on. So quality target profile, then you have to identify some quality attributes which are very, very critical out of that, and you have to link some input variables which are called as critical material attributes or critical process parameters with those critical quality attributes which you have identified in the second step. Then you'll, delineate a space in which, you can move about, where the critical quality attributes will be satisfactorily, obtained using the critical material attributes and critical process parameters. I'll explain it a little later. And the entire process, entire strategy of QTPP to design space attainment can be summed up as a control strategy, which is dynamic, which will help in the continuous improvement. So this was the basis of QBD. And let me take up QTPP, the first step, which is the summary of the quality characteristics. To make it more explicit, say what is the route of administration, what is the dosage form or delivery system like, maybe it's a suspension, or it's emulsion or a tablet. What is the dosage strength or strengths being made? What is the container? What is the closure? And what are the product quality characteristics? What is the sterility? What is the purity? What is the stability? What is the drug release characteristics? What is the dissolution? And what are the other specific drug delivery attributes? Say, if it is an inhalational system, what is the aerodynamics? If it is an oral extended release formulation, what is the dissolution? So on and so forth. So this is a typical, on left side, a QTPP for a tablet dosage form, route of administration, strength, tablet weight, appearance, etc. Out of these, after critical observation and by brainstorming amongst various departments, essay, which is here, has been taken up as the critical quality attributes. Then content uniformity, at 10th point has been taken up as critical quality attributes. And then at 12th point, dissolution has been taken up as the critical quality attributes. And also at 9th point, impurities have been taken up as critical quality attributes. First three are depicting the efficacy, while the impurity level of impurity is, needless to mention, is indicative of the safety. So 4 CQAs have been identified out of this QTPP. How, it's through the brainstorming, or how it's through the available literature, available patents, available, information from your predecessors. So what is CQAs? These are the characteristics of the products, final, maybe physical, chemical, microbiological, or biological. So this slide I have deliberately made to make my point across to many of the industry people, as they had been, interacting with me over the years. So CQAs, they had been identifying, taking the company profit. No, company profit is not to be taken. Operator safety, not. Environment safety, not. It's only the patient benefits. Patient benefits is the only way to take up the critical quality attributes. Then CMAs and CPPs. CMAs are critical material attributes like API, excipients, etc. Critical process parameters are rotor speed, granulation time. Those who are attending such seminars for the first time, they should not be, anxious, because if you tend to attend each and every kind of lecture in the which the organizer, Dr. Shafiq and Kotri have organized for you people. If you tend to follow all these critically and in a focused manner, so I'm sure time and again bombardment of the similar kind of parameters would make it impeccable impression on your gray matter, and you'll be able to understand by the end of 2 days deliberations that what QBD is all about, what are its objectives, how is it implemented in a precise manner, and you'll be able to educate others as well. Of course, 2 days time, nobody can make you, as an expert, but at least it can make you aware. Good awareness attempt can be made. So, critical process parameters are the parameters of the process, like uh, granulation time, rotation time, rotor speed, etc. So, quality by design. This is out of the FDA side. The objective is performance and design, process parameters. So the important outcome is product understanding and process understanding, leading to continuous improvement. So if you cut that circle into two halves, the outermost outcome is which is indicated by over here, product understanding and process understanding are the twin objectives and outcomes of quality by design. So, my dear young fellows, we need not be perplexed. There are ICH guidance available to guide us on, to steer us on: Q8, Q9, Q10, Q11, and Q12. I think released in 2018 or 19, and PAT, Process Analytical Technology guidances are there to guide us on. And such guidances are not only adopted by ICH itself or FDA, by WHO, by EMEA, that's Europe, by Canada, Health Canada, by China, SFDA, Australia, MHRA, that's UK, and PMDA, Japan. And let me share in 2019, the DCGI made a high-powered committee, of which uh, uh, I, along with Dr. Mukesh Gohil from LMCP, unfortunately, who's no more, 2020, we lost him, and Dr. Saranjit Singh from NIPER. Three of us from academia participated in the discussion. Some of those discussions were held at UIPS at Punjab University as well. So the outcomes of the same, which includes the QBD implementation as well, have been submitted to the Indian government, but not many parliament sessions have been held since then. So no sooner, parliamentarians will find time for taking up something tangible like this. So it is going to be in place, and Drugs and Cosmetics Act will be reformed to include some elements, not entire, of QBD as well. When QBD is the talk of the town, we proposed another analogous term for QBD in product development in 2014, which was formulation by design. QBD as implemented on the drug formulations. So the conventional practice of drug development, the art and practice, art and science, was very important and eminent part. Along with that is the QBD enabled understanding. And along with that is DOE and another aspect, quality risk management. So this was where FBD was first announced, and now today it's a routine practice in so many consultancy companies and so on. So formulation by design is the approach which lets you hit the bullseye, while the other conventional approaches hit here and there. So OFAT or the conventional approaches here and there, while formulation by design always hits the bullseye. So it has so many advantages. Time does not permit me to go into the same. So it assumes that the drug product is a system. It's a system which is called as transfer function, that's T, where X input variables are getting converted to Y, while there are other variables which are kept as uncontrolled U, like humidity, temperature, etc. And if you have very high degree predictability, it's called as white box. If you have no predictability at all, it's black box. If it is intermediate predictability, is called as gray box. So it tells you what's happening inside. It lets you, have very high degree of understanding product and process. Various, basic fundamentals have to be taken care of. I'll pass on to Dr. Shafiq, Dr. Sharik, various manuscripts, various papers which are very frequently consulted and which are scribbled by us, although they are being sold by respective journals at exorbitant cost of $150, $200. So as an author, as a corresponding author, I'll share those papers with you, and those who are interested can have it from Dr. Sheikh. And uh, time does not permit me to go into the terminology aspect, like this: what is objective, that's QTPP; what are factors, that's CMAs or CPPs; levels, which are the values assigned; responses, which are the CQAs; experimental runs or the studies which are carried out as per the experimental design; what is the explorable space, like the entire country; and what is the knowledge space, like Mumbai; what is the design space, like the college, where the basic infrastructure for holding this FDP is being taken care of. So variables could be CQAs, CMAs or CPPs. I have already shared. CQAs are dependent, while CMAs are and CPPs are independent variables. I bypass because and for making it controllable, influenceable, and measurable, all these three characteristics have to be met with. So coding is required. Low level is coded as -1, and high level is coded as +1, while the intermediate level is coded as 0 over here, as explained. And if the response variable over the input variable function is parallel, there's no interaction. Even OFAT would have given good results. But invariably, either there is synergism, or antagonism happening invariably to the tune of 90% plus. So in such cases, OFAT does not give you good solution. You have to go in for equity. And this 3D plot of one response variable versus two input variables is the outcome of the formulation by design. And this is 2D slice of this 3D plot, which is called as contour plot. And these is the 5-step methodology which is adopted. I repeat, in the first step, QTPP and CQAs are identified. In the second step, those are prioritized, that is, factor screening and risk assessment is carried out. In the third step, we use the experimental designs and we carry out DOE. In the fourth step, we tend to modelize and validate and delineate the design and control spaces. In the final step, that's fifth step, the study is carried out in the industrial setup, and pilot plant scale-up studies from the laboratory are carried out, and the production is at the final stage is carried out, and these products are commercialized. As far as the step one is concerned, QTPP and CQAs, already we have discussed a bit of it. And step two is prioritization. Highest priority has to be assigned to some of the variables. So it's based upon the Pareto principle, that 80% of the effects come from only 20% of the causes. 80% of the wealth of the world is accounted by 20% of the rich. 80% of the fatalities are coming from 20% of the diseases. In today's environment, COVID is one of them. And you have to carry out the prioritization by filtering of various material attributes and process parameters, and getting vital few as critical material attributes and critical process parameters. It's just like separating rice from rice husk. So if you are unable to identify a factor, and the result will be erroneous outcome. If you are able to unnecessarily find a variable which is not a factor as a factor, your cost is going to be increased. How to identify various influential factors? This is very important tool, my dear students, my dear young fellows, and these tools are available in this software, which are pertinent ones. So the points which are away from the line, they are indicating the significant effects. So over here, the variable B, variable C, and the interaction between B and C, they are very significant. The point which are on the line, they are the routine common variables. So Pareto charts is another tool. So if the Pareto chart value is above the t value limit, it is significant. But if it is above Bonferroni limit, it's highly significant. So you can choose them as critical process parameters or critical material attributes. Risk assessment is another approach to delineate the CMAs and CPPs. So it uh, gives you an approach of to walk on tightrope among dangers, as this guy is doing. But not only, it gives you an option to move on tightrope, it gives you a cushioning effect downstairs as well. So this is the risk assessment metrics, REM, which is called as. So the green ones or gray ones are the acceptable regions, while the red ones are unacceptable, means high risk variables. So you cannot afford to ignore these, which are high risk. While the in between, this light purple color variable, you can take into consideration, you cannot, depending upon how much effort or how much resources you can expend on this. Then another approach is failure mode effect analysis. Time does not permit me. This is also very frequently being used, where possible error is imagined beforehand. So like this guy, this dental surgeon, your teeth look great, but it looks like that we need to extract your tongue first to reach the teeth. So it's like that. My dear fellows, prioritization is using risk assessment requires brainstorming amongst various team members, not only from the product development, from analytical development, from the quality control, quality assurance, on drug regulatory affairs. All these people have to sit together to decide upon the risk assessment. And it's FBD is applicable not only lab scale, pilot scale, exhibit scale, it's applicable at commercial launch, and even after that, post commercial field as aspects as well, post approval as well. So FBD in an industrial setup is prioritization, experimental planning, experimentation, and implementation. Step three is design guided experimentation using DOE, and for that, experimental designs are absolutely must. It's what is experimental design? It's a statistical design defining size and number of experimental units such that maximal information is obtained using minimal experimentation. I think everybody remembers this recent number 4 or 5 years back, melodious song. Hum tere bin ab reh nahi sakte. I do not know. This was a popular song. My son used to like it most. He used to ring it. Whenever we traveled together in car. So in this case, I get back. You see the signal along with the noise. So you get perturbed. Why not to, remove this noise and hear the melody of the song? But in day-to-day life, such things also happen. Signal comes with noise, We want to live a very happy, healthy, and regulated life. But this COVID and many other, parameters, have made primarily as, to stay indoors, and this conference could have been held physically, but FDBs are being organized in a virtual manner. So uh, the signal comes with noise. In scientific circles, in pharmaceutical circle, also there are some explainable variables, and there are some unexplainable variables. Unexplainable variables or the random variables are called as noise. Explainable variables are called as signal. We have to decouple signal from noise, and we have to maximize signal to noise ratio. How can that be done? Using experimental designs. So experimental designs are very, very important. Now this is a tune to just make our learning little bit lighter. you know for this guy on the right hand side, signal is the music. For this lady who has come to the park after quarreling with her husband, for them, this music is noise. So it depends, what is noise for you and what is signal for you. So power of an experimental design is very, very important based upon type 1 error and type 2 error. I uh, do not wish to give more emphasis on the same due to time limits. But I just, the golf ball is struck, Aidubar. Okay. Now, where is the golf ball? Golf ball is here. Golf ball is within the stream of grass. So, how to locate that golf ball depends on how thick is the grass, how well mowed is the grass. If the level of grass is small, the chances of spotting that golf ball is more. So if the grass is double to that of ball, signal, the grass is noise, the signal is ball diameter, it is 1/2. The chances of spotting that ball is 15%. If they are equal, the grass height, average height, and the ball diameter is equal, the chances of spotting that ball is 45%. If the grass is very nicely mowed down to half of the height, the chances of spotting that ball is 96%. So this is dependent upon the power of experimental design, which is very important. This is systematically designed. Two kinds of experimental design: factor screening design and optimization design, also called as response surface design. Just naming those designs, time does not permit me to go into each of the designs. Factorial design, central composite designs, box Banker design, simplex mixture design, optimal design, fractional factorial design, Taguchi design, and Plackett-Burman design. Last three, fractional factorial, Taguchi, and Plackett-Burman, are often used for screening, while the first four are often used for the optimization: factorial, central, box Banker, and simplex. While the optimal design can be used for both, its custom design can be used for optimization and screening. So this is how they are graphically depicted. So again, those who are interested, they can look into the hefty articles which I am going to share with the organizers very uh, shortly. And as the number of factors increases, number of runs also increase. While the central composite design gives you a good choice: 4 points at the vertices, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 points in the center, and 4 points actual points, that star points. Total 13 runs. Two factor, three level design, 13 runs. We consider this as panacea for two factors. That's two factor, 13 run, three levels design. And the father of experimental design, Sir Ronald Fisher, was a very simple man, and he used to call that most of the useful designs are extremely simple. We need one language to talk to each other. which is common between us. Similarly, we need one experimental design to, decouple signal to noise ratio, but each one has its own advantages. If I start speaking in Punjabi, most of you may not be able to understand. And if I start trying in Marathi, I may be faltering in the vocabulary. So best is a language where, we both are comfortable and where the vocabulary is also existing. So advantages, disadvantages are there. So similarly, each design has advantages, disadvantages. The papers which I am going to share will resolve this dilemma. Step 4 is modelization and validation for design and control spaces. And here, modelization, the approaches are graphical or mathematical. In graphical approach, most often we use overlay approach. In mathematical, most often we use desirability function. Then it's an era of validation. You need to validate between observed and predicted. And again, all those details are available in the papers which I'm going to share for greater details. And some other speakers are going to, touch upon the same. And you need to many a times plot the residuals, that's observed minus predicted versus observed as well. Any pattern indicates something is fishy. If there is no pattern like an A, that it means it's quite satisfactory, quite reasonable. So if it is, non-linear kind of response, then you select a linear, you will land up over here, something away from the optimum. And you use again linear model, you will be missing the optimum. But if you use the non-linear model, after reaching over here, you hit the bullseye. So sometimes we have to adopt, two-pronged strategy. That is, for example, to reach a particular spot, you need to travel first by air and then by taxi to reach a particular spot. That's first linear and then non-linear to reach a particular point in a very precise manner. Here it is the relationship between explorable space, knowledge space, design space, and control space. Explorable space is the, I've already shared, entire area where we can explore. Knowledge space is the area of which we have got the knowledge, say Mumbai, and design space is your own college, and control space is the auditorium where a conference or where a lecture is being arranged. So you are to remain within the college, while you can at most, usually remain in the auditorium. But even if you go to attend some phone call or nature's call beyond the auditorium, you'll remain within the design space. So in another language, design space is called as region of interest, and knowledge space is called as region of operability. So you tend to remain within the design space, usually within the control space, while design space, going beyond design space is called as change, and you need to have regulatory approval. So it's just like you have a farmhouse, you tend to remain within the house, that's control space, but once in blue moon, you can go out of it and see you remain within the picturesque lawns of your own house, else it will be considered as trespassing the boundaries, and you'll be encroaching somebody else's space. So design space, we have to use appropriate tools, as this dental surgeon again is using. Step 5, pilot plant scale up and commercialization. And for that, some tips. So you have to have the equipment which is used in laboratory and in commercial scale, which is in geometrically and kinematically similar. Then only you can have meaningful pilot plant scale up studies. And design space, you have to carry out the edge of failures cases, and tightening of operating space you can get on the control space. You'd say, for example, you have got 1 lakh of salary, and you tend to expend entire amount, but when you tend to consolidate, आप देखते हैं कि मुझे मेरे 50, 80,000, 70,000, 60,000, 50,000, 40,000 may I can manage. That 40,000 amount is the control space, while 1 lakh is the design space. So you have to remain within the control space. And three kinds of design space: lab scale, pilot scale, and regulatory importance commercial scale. So first two are less important, but it is the commercial scale which is looked into. So when you started with, so you had limited understanding, limited knowledge space. When you ended, the knowledge space increased many fold. So your QTPP is within the design space. Formulation by design is the vehicle, and there are the vehicle to reach at the QTPP, and there are software to help us out. That's very important for you to uh, go through, because they'll facilitate your. Remember, software is not a panacea, uh, or no software particularly is panacea. So you can use a series of them, or you can do without them. It's your know-how, but which is more important? So design expert, Minitab, GMP, they are popular software in India. Umatrix, Mode, Camo, all these are important, and for risk at risk. So these are for risk management, etc. And FBD finally locates the optimized drug product. And here is the best formulation. And this is time to rejoice and celebrate in a Punjabi style. Balle balle. Anyway, let me, while concluding, pharma is in a worse position that it was. Science is almost dead, confined to coffin. This was shared by Agnes in 2011. So he shared that design space, सभी design space की बात करते हैं जब QBD was in place. Is design space the only objective and outcome of QBD exercise? No, not enough. It's the product and process understanding through science and risk-based approaches. So Albert Einstein told, any fool can know, any fool. The point is to understand. Understanding is far deeper than knowledge. There are many who know you, but hardly few who understand. So FDA, ICH wants you to understand your product and process. Please go through this advertisement.
He's going to order samosas. I know your heart only too well, so I do Kellogg's heart-to-heart oats every day. He's going to put his arm around me. After all, who knows his heart better than me? Kellogg's heart-to-heart oats. Jack, lunch में घर आओगे बेटा? लाइब्रेरी जाना? नहीं माँ, लाइब्रेरी जाना है. और डिनर? ग्रुप स्टडीज है माँ. चाय तो पीता जा बेटा. माँ, तुम्हारी चाय. Brookmont Red Label.
Neither I am a protagonist of Kellogg's Heart to Heart nor of Brookmont Chai. So the point I wish to make through these two TV ads is that whatever the husband was going to, start with next step, the wife predicted it. Similarly, the mother predicted it well before the son quipped any answer in response to any question, because the wife understood her husband, the mother understood her son. So where there is understanding, there is predictability, and better predictability leads to the unearthing of the cause behind the problem. Why, how, all these are answered where there is understanding and predictability. So for that, you have to have prior knowledge, prior publications, prior patents, prior experience. All these are leading to prior understanding. So again, time does not permit me. Understanding comes through product understanding, process understanding, product knowledge, drug release, kinetics, IVC, pharmacokinetic simulations, process understanding, process engineering, process capability. I keep sharing with industry that include one chemical engineer in your team, maybe from the plant, because they are more equipped in handling process control, process engineering, along with the pharmaceutical scientists. So multivariate chemometric tools are very important, and I learn that the organizers have kept one lecture by Dr. Asha Patel on principal component analysis, partially scared. So that also leads to proper understanding. So in a nutshell, we very recently in 2021, published a review and critical reviews for therapeutic carrying system, which gives you a bird's eye view. You look at the number of publications which are exponentially increasing as developed using QBD, number of publication. And the red one are other deliveries, and blue one are the nanostructured systems. And if you look at the various drug delivery systems, all kinds of systems, be it polymeric nanoparticles, nanoemulsions, all these have been optimized. And if you look at the experimental designs, 33% have been optimized using factorial design, which includes a fractional factorial design, which is used for factor screening. And 27% employed central composite design, 10% employed box banker design, 11% employed mixture designs, that's simplex design, etc. Rest other designs were used less popularly. And now, the topic. Every day we come across this situation, the scientists are intrigued whether QBD is really an option. Can we do without it? Or it's a force upon me, or it's a blessing. In fact, my dear young scientists, it is neither an option nor a coercion, but a benediction. It's for academics, it may be an option, but if you publish if you want to publish in good journals, you have to have QBD in place. It's not a coercion by the federal agencies or by Pharmacy Council of India. It's a persuasion. And what you get out of it is pharma product excellence and regulatory compliance, both in one. It's a benediction, it's a blessing. So let's divulge this suspense. So not only today QBD is applicable to pharma product development, it's applicable to API development and analytical development. I think it has permeated, deeper into analytical development, and ICH is coming up to bring guidelines, which is ICH Q14 guidelines, which will be dedicated to analytical quality by design. Formulation development already in place, dissolution testing already in place, and Dr. Vijay Shirsagar is going to talk about on QBD in dissolution testing. Very important topic. Everybody should pay attention to it. Manufacturing, bioequivalence, stability, all this. Very important message I wish to pass on. The stance and stand matter a lot in day-to-day life, and particularly in QBD. Never have this kind of stand. Always have smiling stand, so that your biochemical levels, your serotonin levels are always in optimal condition, and you are able to deal with any situation, howsoever mysterious it is, in a very rational and very facilitated manner. So चलता है attitude नहीं चाहिए, चलना है attitude चाहिए. Causal to cautious attitude चाहिए. जुगाड़ टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं चाहिए जैसे लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे है. जुरैन टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए, systematic. Together everyone achieves more. Team spirit is needed. And cautions and vital tips, again, those are part of those manuscripts. Choice of incorrect experimental, both correct experimental design and correct experimental domain is required. When the whole world is beyond you, why are we lagging behind? This is in a nutshell. We have trained 13 pharma companies in India and 3 abroad, in Bangladesh, in Canada, and in very recently in Taiwan. So many consultancy projects, and as already been shared, 408 publication, patents, and tech transfers, mostly related to QBD. And these are the 4 papers I'll be sharing. These are the 10 books on nanobiomedicine, 2 tech transfers, and the companies with which we have been working primarily to train them. And here is the CEO of Statis asking for the help. Here are the FDA reviewers, over a conference interacting with us. And here is Dr. Ijaz Hussain, and who was at the helm of the affairs in FDA when QBD was in place, and he's giving a very terse lecture. So again, my compliments to the organizers, Dr. Sharik, and the team for roping in Dr. Ijaz Hussain as the valedictory keynote speaker. And here is the CPHI award and many other awards. And recently, 2019, the Global QBD Excellence Award. And my students, and one of my students, Dr. Sarwar Beg over here, who got the Ranbexy Award, Young Scientist Award, and Dr. Rishi Kapil, Dr. Kesar Raza, who got the AAPS QBD Award, and Dr. Rajneet also, who got Select Biosciences QBD Award. So they have made our team proud, and they have got our work facilitated. So we are amongst the leaders at University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Academics, and we are always either number 2 or number 3 here. But in terms of research, we are always we have been, number 1 or number 2, and we are following the principles of our predecessor, particularly late Dr. Professor Kishan Singh ji, whom we lost last year. My dear students, my dear young scientists and senior scientists also, I saw Dr. Munira Momin and Dr. And Arvind Bansal amongst the audience as well. Hence, we need to, attitude determines altitude. Hence, we need to transform our altitude. A journey of 1,000 miles has to start with a leap. We have to fly at winged speeds to be at world world leaders and stand apart in the world of mediocres. Then the day is not very far when Mother India would stand very prominently on the world map. Jai Hind. And here is my team. I work invariably in collaborative uh, efforts in synergy with Professor Katare of our department. There is a well-knit team of research scholars, postdocs, and postgraduate students. This is the green campus of Punjab University. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry for going a little beyond the time limits, Dr. Sharif. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhoop. It was an excellent overview of QBD. For me, it's a lot. There's coming from clinical pharmacology, there are a lot of new things. Definitely, very excellent overview about the entire process of quality by design, right from the concept, philosophy, and implementation. I think I couldn't say more about it, and that definitely kind of crystallizes your decades worth of work and research on this area. I fully agree with you. This is something that, at least I think, needs at least 2 or 3 days for giving a true justice to the topic. I think 1.5 hours doesn't really. It just gives you a tip of the iceberg, as they say. सिर्फ वो टेस्ट करा दिया आपने एक तरह से. So thank you very much, essentially. So if Dr. Zenith just got disconnected, so I'll try to coordinate things here. If there are any questions as such, people can unmute themselves and ask questions to Dr. Bhoop. In interest of time, we'll be taking two or three maximum questions. We need to do a hard stop by 55 and give a 5-minute break. Dr. Ranjit will be starting at 3 o'clock. So any questions, you can please post it in the chat box. Puneet Pariya says, how to Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Dr. Seema, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have used that Design Expert software, but in the case of central composite design, there are so many other designs also. The response surface methodology, box Wanken design, then de-optimal design. So it is very confusing what to use and what to don't use.
Yeah, Dr. Seema, I can understand.
Yes.
I wish I could have answered this question, had there been more time with us. But answered this in the presentation itself. I have already shared, there are advantages, disadvantages of each of the designs. So Rome was not built in a day. Even Taj Mahal was not built in a day. So all these aspects cannot be learned in a day. But if you go through the part 1 of critical review for therapeutic drug carrier systems article, which is, I think, 110 pages, something like that. So I'm going to share that in the evening with Dr. Shri, and Dr. Shri will share with all the participants. Please, Dr. Shri, share with all
Sir,
the participants,
absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
whoever are desirous. All the advantages, disadvantages are mentioned over there. So if you have interactions between the dependent variables and the independent variables, you cannot make use of the factorial design, so on and so forth. And if you have non-linearities, you can make use of certain designs. You have to leave certain design. So in case-to-case situations tend to appear. So you can choose, and many software can also help. If you have got this kind of relationship, you cannot make use of this. You should not make use of this. But it's better to study the literature to be guided. There are no clear-cut rules with respect to that. कि CCD ही बड़ा होगा, बढ़िया होगा, या BBD ही बढ़िया होगा. अगर CCD, BBD सब जगह होता तो फिर FD क्यों यूज करते, SMD क्यों यूज करते, सिंपलेक्स मिक्सर. सभी की अपनी अपनी एडवांटेजेस हैं different situations में. Yeah, I hope I could answer it, to your satisfaction, Dr. Siva.
Dr. Zenith, you can take it from here.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm extremely sorry I got disconnected. There was a little issue at the switchboard.
I think the papers which we are going to share with you will answer this query very satisfactorily. This is commonly encountered, question, FAQ, frequently asked question, that we are unable to decide. So selection of, in fact, there could be in future kind of conferences, there could be one talk on selection of design and models, which would facilitate. But still, if I share that 1 hour talk or 1.5 hour talk will make you self-reliant in the selection of design, next to impossible. It takes time, it takes effort to make appropriate decision on the selection of the design and the model. Very, very important, very, very important. It's like GPRS system, So for that, you have to be guided through the literature, and will provide you with enormous literature, provided you study and be guided, with respect to the same.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right.
So we have Professor Suryakanta Swain. Do you have a question, or you have already asked?
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I am really happy that to see you. I attended around 20 lectures so far. I never missed your lecture of any platform, whether it is a physical or virtual mode. And my junior, Dr. Sarwar Beg, every moment when we are talking about you, I believe that we need another 2 decades with a good health and to share your such wonderful knowledge, which is really required for the industry, pharmaceutical industry, with the applications of QBD. And because of your motivated words from last 10 to 13 years, I also tried to apply in my research in the field of formulation design. It's really, really very, very, whatever the literature I read so far about your, 40 years of literature is really very wonderful, sir. Thank you very much. I hope you and your family all are fine, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I greatly value your wishes.
Sir, namaste, sir. Namaste.
Dr. Zenith, we can just take one last question because we're running out of time here. At 3 o'clock, we need to get started. Dr.
One small clarification, sir. One thing which has the students come up with is that it is very heavy on mathematics. So do you have any sort of commentary on that? So those who are only having high level of mathematics skills are successful, or it is like a myth? So kindly, sir, your commentary on the same, please.
Yeah. I personally feel it's more of a myth. It's more of a myth, First, what should not be there is the math phobia.
I am one of them.
So even in psychiatry, there is a mild disease called as math anxiety. Do you know? So math anxiety, math phobia. So one tends to be very anxious or very phobic, very apprehensive of the numbers. We have to get rid of that. Nothing much is required. Say linear regression क्या होता है, ANOVA क्या होता है. We tend to apply in all day-to-day, practices. ANOVA क्या होता है, R-square क्या है, ये basics पता होने चाहिए. Statistical significance क्या है. ये इसके लिए I think one lecture by Dr. Jasmine, है ना?
Yes, yes, sir.
Jasmine has been very astutely, very sagaciously organized by the organizers, So that is going to set aside all those queries. So basics thing, sort of basics. Because software is there to dance to your tunes, आपको सिर्फ डांस करवाना आना चाहिए, आपको कोरियोग्राफर बनना आना चाहिए, और उसको तो सारे स्टेप्स आती है.
बिल्कुल.
तो ये वाली बात.
सर बहुत बेहतरीन टॉक. आपने जो एनालॉजीज, जो एग्जांपल्स दिए, पर्टिकुलरली जो माँ का और पत्नी का रोल बताया कि प्रेडिक्टेबल है. सो आई थिंक द क्वालिटी रिसाइड्स ऑन दैट एंड इट वाज एन एक्सीलेंट थिंग. अल्टीमेटली सर कहने की बात है
टीचर्स,
जी जो बहुत ही बेहतरीन सर, बहुत ही बेहतरीन. एंड 1.5 hours or 2 hours, लाइक लग रहा है कि 20 घंटे भी अगर आप पढ़ाएंगे तो विल बी ऑल ग्लूड. दैट्स फॉर श्योर. इंशाल्लाह विल बी लाइक कमिंग बैक टू यू सर. और आपका जो एक वो तरीका था कि नकल करनी है तो वो भी अकल से, दैट विल स्टे, कि हाउ वेल वी हैव टू मेक अ जेनेरिक प्रोडक्ट. और अल्टीमेटली सर एक वर्ड जो डिफाइन करेगा वो नियत है, कि आपकी नियत क्या है. क्यूबीटी इज बेसिकली जस्ट ड्रिवन बाय नियत. दैट इज प्राइमरीली कि आपकी नियत है तो यू विल बी एबल टू डिलीवर अ वेल क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट. थैंक यू सो मच sir for your gracious.
Sir, before closing, may I have a request?
Sir, we are running out of short time, sir. Please.
Dr. Manish Kapoor is Deputy Drug Controller, acting State Drug Controller of.
Okay. So we need to give him the opportunity. Yes, sir.
I'm beholden to have him amongst the audience.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me time, and it was really wonderful to hear you, because
he did his PhD on QBD. Yeah,
that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Great, wonderful.
Yeah, please.
I just want to have one thing in my mind which keep on poking my mind with respect to QBD. Although it is a very wide field, and as regards to pharma industry, as I am looking here in Himachal Pradesh, Badi being hub of pharmaceutical industries, exporting to a larger extent. So part of my QBD also involves survey of the pharmaceutical industry in Himachal Pradesh with respect to adoption of QBD, perception of QBD amongst the pharma players in Himachal, and extent of adoption. Sir, my question is that since in regulatory we have Schedule M and good manufacturing practices on the minimum level, which is a regulatory requirement under Drugs and Cosmetic Act, warrants every manufacturer to comply with the minimum requirements. And if we go to the Schedule M, if we look into the points, I feel what I interpret that is also part of QBD, something related to the strategies which companies should adopt for having a better quality products. So what I found in my survey that it is not that we can say that no industry is following the quality practices, because minimum requirements as per Schedule M are necessary and companies are complying with. So, sir, what you say that if we say extent of adoption, so will you say that it is 0%? But I believe that if we look into the technical terms in QBD, quality target product profile, so they may not be aware about the terminology. What I have seen with my survey, they are not aware about such terms, but definitely in a regional language, or you can say in their own words, they are definitely following some of the practices which are part and parcel of QBD.
In a nutshell, let me tell you, I have already, shared, and Dr. Zenith has reiterated that in case of generics, akal ke saath nakal. If they understand the product, if they understand the process, and if they can make you understand, as the drug regulator, if they can make you understand scientifically, there are two approaches FDA tends to ask for: science-based and risk-based, because risk is involved with respect to patient perspective. इसके risk efficacy या सेफ्टी के रिस्क हो सकता है, इस पैरामीटर को इवेल्युएट करना बहुत जरूरी है. अगर वो साइंस एंड रिस्क बिना रिस्क असेसमेंट स्टडीज किए उसकी एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं, सो दे आर हाफ वे थ्रू, they are implementing QBD inadvertently, है ना, inadvertently, है ना, so they, but उनको scientifically postulate करना, अगर उनको FDA में करना है या US में करना है, EMEA में करना है, अगर तो उनको globally competitive होना है and in due course of time nationally competitive भी होना, उनको ये formal exercise QBD की सीखनी ही पड़ेगी, उनको DOE QRM सीखना ही पड़ेगा, उनको फॉर्मल ट्रेनिंग देनी ही पड़ेगी, शॉर्ट ट्रेनिंग, जैसे ये प्रोग्राम किया है वैसे इंडस्ट्री से बहुत सारे रेलेवेंट स्पीकर्स आ सकते हैं जो उनको कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्री में इन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया ऑर्गेनाइज किया, ऑलमोस्ट 6 or 7 industry speakers are there, so they can be hired, much more than that people can be hired, and you can pay them honorary, although they may not be much interested, and you can train them virtually or physically, that's very very important। and मैंने अभी शेयर किया डॉक्टर प्रदीप मट्टू वगैरह सारे उसके पार्ट थे उस टीम के, उन्होंने ये शेड्यूल M को भी लिया है और QBD के गाइडलाइंस को भी लिया है जो ऑलरेडी सबमिटेड है with government of India, and no sooner it's submitted, उनको ये definitions QTPP, CQA, CMA, CPPs, ये understand करना ही पड़ेगा और इसी language में उनको समझाना पड़ेगा, ये in due course of time।
Yes, I agree, sir, because that is the harmonization what ICH says, that it should be harmonized।
हाँ, क्योंकि अगर वो USA वाले या यूरोप वाले या इंग्लैंड वाले से बात करते हैं वो कहेंगे यार कि ये कैसे बंदे हैं यार, इनको समझ CPP नहीं पता, इनको QTPP नहीं पता, because world has advanced, it was postulated in 2010, so अब 11 साल हो गए, तो वो कहते हैं यार इंडियन फार्मा is known to be hub of the entire pharma world, तो इनको यही नहीं पता, so will be left behind in due course of time।
Thank you. Thank you, sir, so much for clarification. Thank you, Dr. Manish Cooper. It was really a pleasure to host you here at the program. Dr. Zinat Bega, Dr. Ranjit really needs to start immediately. And,
has he joined, Dr. Sharik?
He's already joined. Yes, he's joined. Already
okay,
joined.
okay, fine.
Can I attend his lecture for
yeah, please.
please. I tend to have high degree of regards for
please, sir. Please. It's an honor.
I must acknowledge, sir, I must acknowledge the presence of Professor Evan Bansal.
Excuse me. I'm just 5 seconds. A big thank you to Dr. Bhupinder Singh, sir. Your talk is a contagious talk, and I found myself fortunate to connect with you through this talk. It was first time, but you posed the entire spectrum of QBD, which has got many dimensions for lot of PhD researches, So thank you very much being with us. Thank you.
Sir, Dr. Bhupinder Singh, this is Dr. Abdul Razak Huntagi. He is the director for campus. Dr. Razak is engineering, civil engineer by training and PhD from IIT Bombay, and a very special, he has a very strong interest into quality issues. He has his PhD in quality issues.
I'm blessed, sir. I'm blessed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Zinat, please can you proceed?
Okay. So I welcome Mr. Ranjit, sir. Is he around?
Yes, he is around. Yes.
Video is on?
Yes, his video is also on. Yes,
okay,
he's around.
I have to join through the mobile, so that's a little like issue at my end. But that's a wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, doctor.
Good evening. This is a very, very humble and a very honorable job which I'm going to do next. And I don't think you need an introduction. The world knows you very well. But nonetheless, because you are here on this very prestigious and august platform, I'll take pleasure in introducing the stalwart in the field of QBD. We had just Professor Bhoop's talk, and then having one more person in the same realm is a pleasure and a blessing and a benediction. So here we go when we talk about his what we call as a bio sketch. He's been very humble. He never tells what he does, but then we were smart enough to gather information from the net and some sources. So here we go. So his career spans 51 years, 5 decades. We wish you more lovingly a very healthy and prosperous life ahead, so that many decades are pulled in, so that we get benefited. That is our greed. We need to get benefited. You have hundreds of years of life, sir. So he has a very rich and a varied experience in the pharma industry, and especially in the quality management, R&D. And he has been currently, he is the CEO of the QBD International Quality by Design CGMP Consulting by the name Biopharma, and associated with the United Nations. He is the advisor member of the editorial board of Journal of Generic Medicines, England, expert on quality by design, data integrity, CAPA, quality culture, and various other CGMP subjects. As I was running through his different attributes of his career, so I don't think there is a single terminology which is not associated with his good self. So he has worked in all the realms of QBD, and what a pleasure to have you, sir, here. And although this corona thing has been really devastating, but then the happy side is that we are able to meet people like you. I think it's difficult for us to be catching you live. So that's another blessing to have. So he's an expert auditor of formulations and API facilities, CRO, etc. He's worked as a quality expert with World Bank, Washington, worked with Saudi Arabia FDA for generating the regulations and training SFT inspectors on behalf of the World Bank. Then he is being bestowed with a lot of awards, majorly the Quality Champion Gold Topmost Quality Award by Government of India, Quality Council of India, a Lifetime Achievement Award by International UNICEF Council in USA, 100 Most Impactful Healthcare Leaders Global Award by the World Health Congress, and he's also the Pharma Ratna, which is an award by one of the largest NGO working in the pharma area. He has been part and parcel of many industries. He has trained a lot of scientists, and I was really overwhelmed to know that he has personally educated more than 1,700 scientists in QBD. What a service to the society. What a service to the pharma industry. Hats off to you, sir. And not only that, he has been kind enough to train them, around 4,000 of them, for the CGMP compliance in the last 16 years. And that is post-retirement. So that's an inspiration in itself. I think scientist par excellence, and primarily we are really blessed to welcome you, sir. On my own personal behalf and on the behalf of the organizers, welcome you, sir. Please kindly go ahead with your presentation. All stage is yours. Waiting for you, sir. Thank you so much.
First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Zeenat, for the excellent way you have put up my introduction. Rather, after a long time, I am seeing such an introduction in a nice vocabulary you have put across. It's wonderful. I really appreciate, and it appeared very much extempo. So it's really good, and I'm thankful to the organizers, Dr. Sharik, and the management of Aicte-Iste Institute for inviting me today for this, the hot subject of the industry, as well as to the pharmacy colleges and the universities to understand the different perspective, rather industry perspective of quality by design, rather than theoretical, which is part of syllabus of the universities and the colleges. So it's my great pleasure to communicate with you based on my experiences, based on my interactions with various experts. Dr. Bhoop, I never worked with him, but I learned a lot out of his hundreds of publications. So I always treat him as my guru in this subject, and he knows my this perception, and he knows my this mind on this area very well. And thankful Dr. Bhoop also for educating me for so many years through your publications. So coming back to our subject, which is there on the quality by design, just let me share my presentation now. You let me know if you are not able to see anything, if you are not able to listen anything.
It's visible, sir. It's absolutely visible.
Great, great. So I was requested on generic drug development, the current scenario and the future challenges on the drug development, the formulation API development in the pharmaceutical industry. I'm going to take through the subject in various aspects. Initially, the current scenario, the realities of the industry today, and what is expected by the regulatory agencies, and what are the opportunities we have on quality by design. And then at the end, what are future challenges, where the world is going in automation, and what kind of artificial intelligence, the future industry is going to be there, and how the process analytical technology is going to be a big challenge to the industry, and no doubt it will be to the university students as well. Now let me begin the presentation. Is that okay? Are you able to see the slide?
Yes, yes, sir, we can see it, please.
Good. Well,
Yes,
let's
sir.
understand a bit about what is generic drug. And I have seen in many of the universities, still the students have this question. So, sir, please explain us about generic industry, why it is called generic industry, and what is not generic industry. So I thought just to spend few initial minutes on this before I move on to the current scenario. The generic drug, for your information, as defined by US FDA in their guidelines, is identical, bioequivalent to a branded drug. Now, what is branded drug? It is a patented drug. The originator of the product, the originator of the formulation, the originator of the API. And generic industry is more or less copying the same finished product of the branded or a patented product. So here it is based on the dosage form, the safety and the strength, the route of administration, the quality, the characteristics, and the intended use based on the customer needs. The reason why I'm putting this across, this has a strong relation with our QBD to begin with. So that I will come to you subsequently while we talk of quality by design implementation. You must have heard Dr. Boop's talk where he might have explained to you certain things or more on this. And let me tell you very frankly, in next 4 or 5 days, certain things will be overlapped by different speakers. So it is always good to emphasize those points again and again, and so that we never forget in the life. So from that perspective, look at the certain points which will be discussed, which may overlap. So intended use from the customer purpose. So facts about generic drugs. It is generic drugs is same quality. Remember this, same quality and same performance as branded or patented product. This is essential to keep in mind, that generic drug is no way different in quality than branded or in patented product. So quality wise, safety wise, efficacy wise, it is the same as patented product. Remember. So I thought just to, so you should be aware of this. And the generic drug organizations, they have within 2, 3 years or 4 years, they can develop a product and submit as a part of ANDA, abbreviated new drug application, to US FDA for obtaining their license, submit the document to US FDA to start launch of the generic product in USA. So that is why generic drugs manufacturing is important. Now what happens in traditional manufacturing processes? Whole game here is of the variability. Current scenario, or in traditional manufacturing process, most of the organization has this issue, is the variability of the input material. And because this variability of input material, what could be the output? Is like garbage in, garbage out. So if you put variable input, then your output also will be variable for sure. And because your process is standardized based on the locked process variables, standardized based on printed batch records where operator has to implement just in toto as given in batch manufacturing records. So it has an impact from the variability perspective. So if your input is variable and with the fixed process, it is going to be variable output as well. So fixed process, remember, in the current scenario in most of the organizations. So then why QBD? So why QBD then from that perspective? So if you see this, we have to ensure this variability is minimum because currently it is uncontrolled and it is a big problem. So these locked process variables is a major issue, and then what impact it has on the quality of the product, and why US FDA or now European authorities are concerned with the quality of the products, because mainly the shortages in their country, and they don't want their citizens to suffer for want of the products. So there are so many complaints also they get frequently, the lack of efficacy, there are side effects. In current scenario, we are discussing at a very high level on the vaccine side effects. Now, every product will have some side effects, but there are certain products, in some cases, those are severe. There are complaints about quality issues also, and almost 60% of the complaints from the marketing or the customers are based on the quality of the product, which results in the recall of the product, and that further results into the drug shortages. Hence, FDA thought that if we have to reduce the shortages into the market, one of the ways is to address this issue on the quality and ensure that recalls are minimum from the market due to quality of the product. And one of the such way will be introduction of the new system, quality by design. And why these issues happen in current scenario? The non-robust processes, yes, it does happen in few organizations, not all. That there is a haste to file the document, first to file rather, and register the product or an API with FDA. In this haste, there is always a possibility of shortcuts, and these shortcuts can result into the failure of the product and the process subsequently. There are lower investment by the organization because of the want of the resources, and this cost cutting can result to a serious problem in the quality of the product. And hence the regulatory agency thought that we must introduce a system to ensure the industry generates the robust manufacturing process, not only fixed processes. And so traditionally you see here comparison, by and large, the development of the product is trial and error. And whereas in quality by design, it is systematic, multivariate experiments, knowledge driven, and the prospective development. Traditionally, it is fixed. By QBD, it is flexible and adjustable within the design space you define. And so on and so forth. There are so many other parameters. So the most important was the flexible and adjustable within the design space based on systematic and multivariate experiment through design of experiments. And you are very comfortable with quality by design robust processes because flexible regulatory oversight based on your observations, your filing, and FDA would always enjoy such a document which is based on quality by design. And that is where they talk that earlier traditionally you had quality by testing. You were just testing the products, having few in-process tests standardized. Whereas now we are designing the quality into the formulation development, and where all critical steps, manufacturing steps are monitored. And that is why QBD is very, very important today. So what it involves is it focuses on patients, focuses on product, science and risk-based approach. This is a key. Remember this. Whole activity revolves around risk-based approach. You are supposed to identify where a process can go wrong, which are the areas, A to Z. Just study it and fix those issues. So in addition to that, science-based thinking. So this is going to help tremendously designing the quality into the product. And that also helps us for a continual improvement, because as we go along manufacturing this quality by design process, and when we start communicating with process development, the especially third stage, which is continuous process verification, and that compiles the data which is generated at various data analytics throughout the process and gives the feedback to R&D for further improvement of the process, so that every few months you are improving the product. And that is where we talk of understanding the process and understanding the product throughout the life cycle. And so based on this concept, there is a definition which is floated by ICH guidelines as well as which has been picked up by FDA, is systematic approach to the development, which begins with predefined objectives and emphasizes product and process understanding, process control based on sound science and quality risk approach. So every word in this definition is highly loaded. Keep in mind the emphasis on product and process understanding, process control, monitoring the process, key processes based on sound science and the quality risk management. So remember this whole life now, when you are studying the pharmacy and when you will enter into the industry, remember this quality by design, these terminologies forever. QTPP, quality target product profile, these are official nomenclatures in FDA document. Critical quality attributes, CQA, CPP, critical process parameters, CMA, critical material attributes, DS design space, CS control strategy. And when we talk of the roadmap for compliance to quality by design, remember this QTPP, the CQA sequence, you start with QTPP and move on further identifying the critical quality attributes, material attributes, critical process parameters having impact on CQAs with the help of risk management, have a defining the design space for critical process parameters and control strategy establishment, and follow the same whole process through the life cycle management. So the whole transition from traditional manufacturing is from traditional manufacturing to quality by design towards robust processes is to reduce the variability, and from compliance to enhance product and process understanding for real-time quality assurance. It means online or inline you are checking the quality of the various critical process parameters. So which is very, very critical for us. And this is what I was referring to you earlier, understanding the process and the product based on feedback and feed forward. And this concept is going to help tremendously for the development of the product. So we have to understand what is critical for the patient. Why? Now take the example of this patient here who is having a running nose, severe cold. So what is important for the patient here? Why it is so critical for the patient? So the drug has to be quickly having a positive impact on their health, so they should get relieved of the problem. It's a natural expectation of human being that as soon as I take the drug or medicine, I should be relieved faster, as early as possible. So for that, if I am taking a tablet, what is important? We should understand from this whole simple example, what is important? My dissolution should be very good when I take it. When I take the product, it should get dissolved and get absorbed as early as possible. And that is why then dissolution will be critical for us. Then the dose, the content uniformity. Content uniformity is the content of each tablet of the active drug inside. And there are specifications. You can have either design space or which are also pharmacopoeia specifications. So it has to comply plus minus certain percentage as given in the specifications. If you don't have this in the product complying to the requirement, the patient is not going to have positive impact of the drug. And that is why content uniformity is also critical. Hardness, appearance may not be that critical. Dose, yes, it will be critical depending on the type of the severity of the disease or the issue or the problem the patient has. So most important here is why dissolution in content uniformity is important. Because we need to get quick relief from the problem. So that is why they are important for as a critical quality attributes. And that is where patient need is whatever they need quickly to get relief, we have to provide them and monitor during the manufacturing. And this is how we talk of risk management, risk assessment. And this is a common diagram which is being used globally and in so many worldwide organizations, universities, and pharmaceutical organizations as well. Product knowledge, process knowledge, and control strategy is just around this everything with the help of risk assessment. Where it can fail, what I need to do to monitor it so that it cannot fail. That's how we are ensuring, and that's how we are designing the quality into the product. And then during the control strategy, we have to identify the design space and control these control strategy for that, which is, in other words, is a specification as well. There are different tools for risk management. You must have heard in the morning session as well. The cause and effect, there is a fishbone, the qualitative risk and quantitative risk assessment. FMEA is quantitative risk assessment and qualitative is high, low, medium. So you can apply both for risk management. Some example here is about the impact of the CQA and on the process, or the impact of process on the CQAs of the input material. Say for example, assay, we are talking our content uniformity. API, that is active drug, yes, certainly it is critical. So initially initial risk assessment we have to identify in this fashion and monitor your process through a proper design space and control strategy to ensure these red areas, red blocks become all green. And that is the real requirement of regulatory agencies. They would like to see both. How did you identify initial risk assessment and how did you use control strategy to minimize the risk and give this format, the amended risk assessment after the controls. So they will be happy to see in this graphical presentation as well through Pareto chart and other various dashboard data we can submit. There are various applications in API process development, in formulation development, and analytical development as well for the quality by design compliances. So this QBD application is throughout the cycle, as I mentioned to you, as a scope, which can also include the clinical trial studies for the development purpose. What regulatory agencies is looking for is critical quality attributes. What are the attributes of the finished product? Which quality attributes are considered critical? And for each critical quality attributes, what is the target and how it is justified? They would like to see document in the submission. So this is another risk assessment strategy, what they would like to see in the document. Identification, positive for the drug as a target. Is it CQA? Yes. Then justify. If it is not, justify why also, not justifying. So assay, yes. Content uniformity, yes. So all these are critical and we have to give justification here in the last column. What are we looking for? Another expectation. See, summary of risk assessment to rank or prioritize variables. Which are the variables having impact on the quality of the product and identify them like excipients, interactions with each other and they impact on which quality attributes. If you identify that, then it is wonderful and you must give this kind of information to the regulatory agencies. Some efficiency deficiencies which has been observed by a regulatory agency is the active drug is dispersed in ointment base. Please include API solid state form as an element of QTPP and demonstrate that the form used in your drug product is the same that of the reference listed drug or a patented drug. So this was missing part of the document and they are asking now. So there are several QBD opportunities that increases the process efficiency, high level of assurance on the quality. The scale-up validation commercialization is absolutely transparent and the predictable. It minimizes the compliance issues, costly penalties from regulatory agencies, and it streamlines the quick approval of the post-approval changes due to the continuous improvement throughout the life cycle of a product. Patient safety, yes, because you're focusing now on product efficacy as well. Scientific understanding, yes. Design space, yes. Robust process development and the product development and the operations are completely transparent, keeping in mind the patient safety. So here we achieve the right first time. Remember, we get habituated slowly. We are transitioning from the current scenario to moving towards achieving right first time, robust process development. That it's a major transition from current scenario to a more safe, minimum quality issue product, more in the interest of customers. And you are moving towards the zero defect. Of course, you are going to have a better productivity and predictability as well, based on the science and risk-based handling, and the regulatory agencies are always going to be happy. Customers are always going to be happy with your product. And this is where I was talking to you, the process analytical technology, which is used as a part of control strategy. You can do it inline check, online, at line, and offline. So at line and offline, you have to draw the samples out, whereas inline and online, you don't need to sample out. Automatically, everything is done, and you get printed data of every tablet if you wish, or at a certain period, if you want, you can have it. So it's a great boon to have a process analytical technology for implementation. This is an example, one example where how the things can move and how you can monitor the PAT implementation at different stages of manufacturing, dispensing, blending, sifting, compaction, compression, and the coating. Different tools are there, different analyzers of PAT is there, so you can use it and very effectively, minimum human intervention, more accurate data, and you can release the stage of the blend stage material to the next stage immediately as soon as that data is available. You don't need to do the sampling at all and send to QC. So of course, while you are trying to achieve the best, there are always challenges, and one of the biggest challenge even today in the industry is a cultural change, is the culture of quality. That sense is yet to come. There are a few top organizations who are implementing this now and trying to achieve culture of quality successfully. But this has to go throughout the industries, throughout the research and development, ensure the culture of quality in every aspect of the work. Of course, knowledge management is equally important. The training you people are going through today and this complete week, and I appreciate the Dr. Sharik Bhai's and the management thinking, foresight, that QBD being most important, let us spend whole week on quality by design. That's a great thinking. So risk understanding, remediation. The resistance is also a big challenge, that why to comply with this for 25 years we are doing, we haven't seen much problems, why we should do it. Now all these things do happen over the period, people change with these things. Cost is, people have a fear that cost, no, in reality there is a difference. You will find, I will show you some examples ahead. When you have a PAT implementation as a challenge, many organizations, though they want to implement, they are unable to do because of the unavailability of the resources and the knowledge of the equipment in its operation. It takes time. You cannot obtain it overnight like HPLC and other equipment. And also you need skills, the experts in this area. So how do we move forward? Fundamental shift in our thinking, minimize and mitigate the risk due to poor quality, adopt operational excellence in every aspects of operations, aim for Six Sigma process performance. This I will tell you subsequently why Six Sigma. So it is as per FDA risk-based approach, quality system approach to CGMP compliances. It supports strongly, it integrates very well with quality system, pharmaceutical quality system, and PAT is a strong supporting tool to achieve that goal. There are several guidelines floated by ICH, Q8 R2 for development of the finished dosage form, Q9 for quality risk management, Q10 for pharmaceutical quality system, Q11 for API drug substance, Q12 for life cycle management, Q13 for continuous manufacturing, Q14 for analytical method development. 13 and 14 still final stages work is on. So anytime it can be published by ICH and regulatory agencies. So it's a paradigm shift from blind compliance to science and risk-based compliance, and which is a must that we every stage, critical stage, we should justify scientifically risk-based compliances. And this is where we are trying to achieve the desired state of quality by design. Though the process variables are there, we are successfully making sure, based on science and risk assessment, the robust and flexible processes to have a consistent process output, which is the key for designing the product compliances. So it is important to aim for 6 Sigma, which is based where one of the major support is coming from quality by design approach and continuous development, continuous improvement of the product. Today we are around 2 to 3 Sigma, and we would like to reach to 6 Sigma for the compliance perspective. And that is where we are saying that when we reach to desired state, our cost will go down to a very large extent from current scenario. Look at this graph. So quality by design, it's a myth that the cost increases. No, that's not. For anything new, investment is always there, not only for quality by design, for anything activity. But ROI is very fast in quality by design, and then it is afterwards is bonus by way of minimum rejections, minimum reprocessing of the batches, and automatically your production goes up. In addition to this, and to support the quality by design as well, to implement the process analytical technology, the FDA has floated few guidelines of as a emerging technologies. And the task force of FDA, they call it as emerging technologies. Few technologies are listed here by FDA, and I'm going to talk to you 2 or 3 out of that, depending on the availability of time, is continuous manufacturing, 3D printing, and artificial intelligence. And I was lucky to have met the Dr. Alan Myerson, who is the inventor of continuous manufacturing strategy for Novartis. And he is from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he has put in a lot of efforts. I was lucky, he gave me more than 3 hours. We had lunch together, and where he explained to me the whole concept of the process analytical technology and continuous manufacturing activity as well. Today, batch process is on different steps of manufacturing, as we saw. And in end-to-end continuous manufacturing, minimum steps are there because of the process analytical technology. And it helps tremendously. In few organizations, they have observed the productivity goes up 100% when they start implementing it for almost every product. So this is the technology which Novartis had developed with the help of Dr. Alan Myerson, and where we are using only input material, where generally we buy the active drugs substances from the market. We approve them, we order them, we bring it, store in our warehouse, we sample it, we test it, and then release for use in finished product manufacturing. Whereas in this concept, only intermediates are ordered. They are used inside these ultra reactors, and these ultra reactors with minimum use of organic solvent and the excipient, manufacture the API, active drug substance, is manufactured here inside the ultra reactor, and then the same is immediately used to convert into the tablet. You look at the tremendous benefit of continuous manufacturing technology, and all this is possible because of process analytical technology, PAT technology, to achieve ultra lean manufacturing. And I always talked, when I want to talk to the finance guy to get their funding, I always tell them the PAT is not process analytical technology only, but it is profit after tax to the company. It improves the productivity, no doubt, but you have a minimum quality problem and it lowers the risk of rejections, and its productivity goes up tremendously. You look at these happy production guys and the quality team, continuously productivity goes up. When we talk of this latest technology as a challenge, we are into the industry 4, pharma 4.0, where end-to-end vertical and horizontal integration is required as a part of integration. And that is where we talk of predictive quality control, where we need a knowledge management is one of the major challenges industry has today. So continuous manufacturing, 3D technology, process analytical technology, and AI are the boon to the industries today, remember. And as a future of the manufacturing, these technologies, with the help of cloud computing, data analytics, robotics, are going to help us achieve the quality 4.0. And let me tell you today, the industry is also now moving into the technology 5.0, GMP 5.0, and quality 5.0. You will see this in very near future, the changes. Let's look at this 3D printing, the next revolution, and in the technology and why it is required. Let's see. I'm going to show you this video and then I will discuss after this. If you are not able to see the video or not able to listen, please let me know.
It's a pill you can make with your printer. Yep. A 3D printer to be exact, and it just got approved by the FDA. Trace Gallagher, live with more on that. How do they do that, Trace?
Gretchen, the new drug is called Spritam, and it controls seizures brought on by epilepsy, but it's not the drug that's really revolutionary here. It's the way they're making it, as you say. The company Aprecia Pharmaceuticals using a 3D printer, which is normally used to make things like plastic toys, models, robotic parts. 3D printers work by making things one layer at a time, and printing the drugs allows the layers to be packaged more tightly. So a pill that would normally hold maybe 200 milligrams can now be layered to hold 1,000 milligrams, and yet it dissolves in water as fast as normal pills. The reason this is important is because it allows companies to design drugs for specific patients. In other words, Gretchen Carlson needs an anti-seizure drug, but she needs it with this and with this. Well, that would normally be impossible because the drugs are all mass-produced in a factory, but soon your local pharmacy could have a 3D printer to make whatever you want. 3D printers are already being used to make artificial limbs, and dentists use them to make replica jaws, teeth, and dental implants. Instead of using ink in the printer, they use plastic. And experts say they can design virtually anything. It wasn't long ago these 3D printers were hundreds of thousands of dollars, so they were only used to make robotic parts for companies like General Electric and government agencies like NASA. Well, now the price is coming way down, and the printers are affordable for all kinds of small companies. So maybe they print your medicine today, and someday, Gretchen, you walk into a car dealership, you say, I want that car, and they just print it up for you. That's kind of where the technology is going.
Fascinating. All right.
So see how interesting it is. And this has been, first patent was approved on this 5 years ago. Hello. So first patent was approved 5 years ago to Aprecia Pharma in USA. and look at these different designs of these 3D printing tablets. The biggest advantage is it can be customized based on the patient. Also, the incompatible active drugs can be put together in one tablet without coming in contact. So there is no question of compatibility issues. Also for children, they don't like to take tablets. So if the tablets are made in the form of Disney characters or some other animal characters, which they like as a customized product, they happily take the product. So these are several other advantages of this. So when we talk of future of the pharma, what kind of automation which we are looking is completely from sampling, testing, manufacturing, and testing again, inline or online. Remember, inline or online, with the help of digitally enabled labs, automated labs, and distributed quality control. And that achieves minimum human intervention, more accurate information. Throughout all the locations, you will find various sensors and being used continuously, and the batches also are released automatically. So it's tremendous advantage for the organizations. Some more future challenges will be also in telemedicine, implementation with the help of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and supply chain automation, blockchain. Now, some of these are very advantageous to us, mainly because India is very, very strong in IT. And we have a very good skilled people in IT who can support us to implement AI and IoT and blockchain, which is already a blockchain and which is already in the process of implementation. So overall, if you see, the use of AI in healthcare is for quality, supply chain, manufacturing, R&D, everywhere it is used throughout the manufacturing, right from development to the testing, the AI and robotics. One interesting thing I have seen, the use of artificial intelligence is the training portion. It's just very simple concept, but it's so interesting. You would love to see this, the training, how AI can be used. I'm going to show you one video for that, and I'm sure you will enjoy this. A lady who is in Los Angeles want to train Japanese audience in Japanese language, even though trainer doesn't know the Japanese language, and how AI is helping her to train the Japanese audience in Japanese language. Let's see, have a look at this.
Now, it's a pleasure to be here in Las Vegas to present to you. Now, I get invited to do keynotes across the globe. And while it's easy for me to be here in Las Vegas, it isn't always easy for me to travel across the world. And even when I do, I can't always speak the local language. Well, what if neither language nor distance mattered for me to deliver a fantastic keynote? What if technology could help me be anywhere I needed to be and speak any language I wanted? Well, it can. We are bringing together the power of mixed reality and Azure AI services to create a truly game-changing experience. What you're about to see is an exact hologram of me wearing the same outfit that we recently captured at a mixed reality studio. And I don't speak Japanese, but what if I wanted to deliver my keynote in Japanese? Using Azure AI technology, I can translate my English into Japanese and train it to sound exactly like me, the same voice tones, those same inflections. Now we brought this together, my hologram and Azure AI, to show you what's possible. So first, I'm going to put on my HoloLens 2 here, and then we'll flip in the room to the special camera so you can see exactly what I'm seeing. Let's get started. First, let me introduce you to Mini-Me. There she is, my perfect holograph. And thanks to the power of HoloLens 2, she just floats right with me. I'm literally holding my hologram, so natural. Now she's a little small to do a keynote. So let's get her up so she can do full-size Japanese keynote. Render keynote.
本当に驚くべきことがあります。私たちは最新の複合現実キャプチャ技術を使用し、私のホログラムを作成しています。実在の人物をホログラムとして見たことがあるかもしれませんが、私が実際に日本語を話しているのが新しいのです。私は日本語を話しませんが、私の声とホログラムは完璧な日本語で話しています。これはニューラルテキスト読み上げと呼ばれる最新の人工知能技術、いわゆるニューラル TTS を使用しています。私たちは自分の声の録音を使用し、私のように聞こえる私自身の個人的な音声署名を作成します。日本語からフランス語、ポルトガル語まで話せます。今、この技術は私たちが働き、遊び、生活する方法に関して、世界中の国境や障壁を取り除くことができると想像してみてください。まさに SF が現実になるところです。
As you can see, this is mind-blowing technology. And what you just saw was my life-size hologram, my exact replica, rendered here in real time, speaking Japanese with my unique voice signature. To do this, we use mixed reality technology to create my hologram and render it here live. Then we use Azure speech-to-text capability and English transcription to get my speech. Then use Azure Translate to get the speech into Japanese, and finally applied neural text-to-speech technology so it sounded exactly like me, just speaking Japanese. And the most amazing part, all of these technologies exist today. The future is here. Now,
So I'm sure you must have realized where this automation and the technologies like AI and machine learning, blockchain, IoT is taking us ahead. And that is, no doubt, it is going to be a big challenge. But we need to adopt these newer technology as we are going ahead. We cannot remain behind to achieve robust processes, reduce the risk to the patient, improve the patient's benefit, reduce the cost of manufacturing, reduce product variabilities, shorten the time to launch, improve the credibility in the eyes of regulators, in the eyes of the customers and the patients. So that's all from me as a presentation. Thank you very much, my friends. I'm sure you must have enjoyed the latest technologies as well, in addition to the quality by design challenges.
Thank you so much, sir. What a wonderful experience it was, particularly the woman speaking in Japanese, and that too immediately, like, conversion into hologram is great. Thank you so much, sir. One thing I've realized after listening to these two stalwarts, Professor Bhoop and yourself, that the maturer you grow and the older in that numerical sense, you are very young at heart. So you people make things much simpler. Younger generation is like more into making things complex and then putting up challenges and then thinking that this is not doable. And you people have brought it down to a level that it is so easily understandable. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful talk. And that was an add-on after Professor Bhoop's deliberations. So I think we have a couple of questions. And of course, a lot of appreciation for your efforts and for the beautiful presentation. There are many of them who have mentioned it. One of our colleagues just wanted to little bit more explanation on Six Sigma.
Yes.
If you could just add in a little bit more on Six Sigma.
Six Sigma is a concept which aims at zero defect in manufacturing. zero defect in packaging. Any activity you do, zero defect, so that customers are very comfortable with the product. For example, you buy some product in the market today, one from the best of the organization, and let's say cough syrup. And when you buy it, your box, when you receive it online, no, last almost 18 months we are buying online, most of the things. And so when you receive at home, you will find there is a leakage. Now, why the leakage? It's not expected. So what is important for us is that the company should look into under any kind of serious aberration during transport, during packaging, during shipment, during receipt, the product should not have a problem, should not leak. So what are all those likelihood why it will leak? So if you understand that every possibility of leakage, where it can leak and why, then the things are very simple. You can address those issues and try to achieve. So like that, whole thing is around risk assessment and how you address the risk successfully. And when you address the risk, it should be everything on science based. Now, when we talk of Six Sigma, it is the concept of do, demake. You remember that the whole concept of demake is very much common in Six Sigma also, as well it is in quality management system. So important is to ensure right from the buying of the material, I am ensuring my supplier is having a zero defect. So when I get it, my packaging is excellent. Nothing can go wrong during the shipment and when I receive the raw material or an active drug substance. When I receive in a house, I must store it properly with the proper storage conditions. Nothing should go wrong there. As per the label claim, it should be stored. So these are some examples, and throughout the manufacturing, same thing has to be observed, and then testing and then the packaging. So what we are doing, those Six Sigma concept is generally is superficial, is a theoretical, but several engineering organizations have achieved it. Why engineering? I don't know whether you people are, you must be aware rather, at the Mumbai Dabbawalas. Can you imagine they achieved Six Sigma concept?
Yes, they did.
Achieve it for last 7-8 years continuously. That is minimum defect per million processes, per million acts in manufacturing. So as we go, today industry, pharma industry is around 2 to 3 Sigma. The major issue is from the supplier also of your input material, capsules or the excipients or the active drug or any other thing, bottles, plastic bottle, glass bottle, so many things are there, rubber stopper, so many input materials are there. And we rely on the suppliers. There are some capsule manufacturers who inform us that we cannot guarantee you 100% defect free. There will be maximum 2% defects in our capsules. Now, then how the capsule product manufacturer will give defect free then? So we have to make sure my capsule manufacturer makes the capsule with proper checks and balances at their end. So Six Sigma is going to, major concept is to minimize the rejections to achieve zero defect compliance.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think you have done justice to the query.
Can I, Dr. Zeenat, just to add, Dr. L.D. Patel is also one of the speakers in the FDP, a very senior professor. I think he's even a teacher to Dr. Boop from Parul University. He'll be speaking specifically on Six Sigma, a very dedicated session on that.
Okay, that's great information. I think it will gratify the queries of others as well. So I can see Dr. Mohammed Wais. I'm happy to see you, Wais. Good to see you. I think it's a great platform, Dr. Sharik. I must thank you. Many of the people who we had not been seeing for long are there. So Ranjit sir, we have another question for you. Rather, it's like a clarification and maybe a guidance, and maybe Professor Bhoop can.
Sure.
So we have Dr. Kalpana Nagpal. She says, once having an exposure to QBD as a young pharmaceutical researcher, what approach and steps can be utilized to get opportunities to fetch financial grant in QBD related assignments, consultancy projects from pharmaceutical industry. So that would be a great help if you could just give us a little bit of guidance on that. And if Professor Bhoop is around, he may pitch in.
Okay. Is he there? Then let him reply from the university perspective.
I'm not sure whether sir is around.
No
Sharik, maybe
no.
sir, you can carry on because maybe industries are like big funders if possible. But unfortunately, as academicians, we are not able to reach them, reach to them.
To tell
So
you
any
very
suggestions on that? Any suggestions on that?
Yeah, to tell you very frankly, industry is always from the business perspective.
Yes, yes.
And they don't do any charity purpose unless they give the donations to the institutions. Rest of the things. So what happens is, I have seen the industries helping the universities or the students by way of funding, making sure that process or the technology being developed by the student is owned by the industry. That industry itself is funding you. So once that agreement is there, then the university can, industry can definitely help you to achieve whatever you have in mind, but you have to convince them technically why whatever you are planning and how it will be useful to XYZ company.
Yes.
And then XYZ company will certainly help you. There are now, like in Bombay College of Pharmacy, I remember where I was also going as a faculty member for so many years in the almost 20-25 years ago. The industry used to give them funding for buying the equipments, and the university or the college used to write the name of the industry on the room where these equipments are lying. And many a times they also donate used equipments. They are in good conditions, but because of automation, they don't need those current equipment, so they donate it to the institutions which can be used, which are in good condition. So you can always approach like that to industry, make a good proposal in writing and communicate with the industry, any industry which you would like to communicate, and definitely they will do the funding. No problem. If anybody wants to let me know, I will also try to help you out.
Thank you so much for that, Hope sir. Dr. Kalpana, what I can add on to it is that it will be very interesting that if we start publishing academically our papers based on QBD. So once we have got something to show that we have been working on these ideas and academically, for example, Bhoop sir has published around 408 publications. And if you do a recce, around 80% are QBD based and rest of them could be reviews also on QBD. So once you have got a plethora of papers supporting your work, so that would be a little easier way to primarily approach the industries. And I think you may approach Ranjit sir, he would be very generous to maybe guide you on that. And me as well. Thank you so much, sir. So do we have any more questions? If yes, you may unmute yourself and may go ahead with the questioning.
We take last. I have a WebEx call to attend.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. If you may just have one more question or
Sure.
a couple of them quick questions. I trust,
Hello.
sir, yes. Who's that?
I'm Dr. Kamal from Udaipur.
Please
Sir,
carry on, sir. Carry on,
Sir,
sir.
please tell us about Internet of Things a little bit in more elaboration, sir.
Today, the Internet of Things is being used in supply chain at the moment. The supply chain, blockchain, as well as IoT. Now, this IoT is complete tracing the product, where right from when it starts moving from your site, then it goes to various locations in the world. There is one legal requirement from regulatory agencies. Are you able to trace your consignment, where it is, and whether it is in proper shape or not? So all those things, everything tracing the product also is through this IoT and blockchain. compliances, and those kind of softwares are available today, and few industries are using more also in Europe. I remember when I visited Stada in Germany, I have seen only 3 persons working in the warehouse, and those warehouse were of the area of say 4 lakh square feet.
Amazing, amazing.
And 3 persons, and they were monitoring through complete automation till the last person who is going to use to the patient also, because the pharmacies there keep a record of the patient who has purchased that batch or that product, batch number, and how many they purchased. So a lot of data such that time they were doing, now it is fully automated. Company directly knows it now through this IoT and blockchain in the supply chain activity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think this use of barcodes and many other things are like coming into existence. Yes. So they exactly give you a picture from where even the raw material starting and up till the consumption by the patient. So keep a record for that. Yes, please.
Barcode is generated for that purpose.
Ji, sir. Ji, sir. Anyone else? I think if that's so, then I may thank the esteemed speaker, Ranjit sir, for being here with us and giving us such a great insight into that wonderful topic. And may I just hand it over to Sheikh Abu Sufyan for further deliberations. Please take it over. Thank you so much.
Before Professor Abu Sufyan takes in, thank you once again on my behalf, Dr. Ranjit, for sparing your valuable time. I know you're a very busy person, but definitely your insights in this area would really, to me, it would motivate and inspire faculty for looking for an illustrious career as you had. So thank you once again for sparing your valuable time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I really and thoroughly enjoyed it. And feel free for any time, any help you need in future as well.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. We'll connect with you.
He is an inspiration personified. So looking at him is an inspiration, to be honestly speaking. Thank you so much, sir.
A very smiling person, I would say.
I would, always, always.
Hello, Jinat ma'am. Your inspiration for me also. I saw morning, but I not going to talk.
Thank you so much, Wes. It's such a pleasure to look at you wonderfully.
Yeah,
it's a great feeling. Your students becoming academicians and doing wonderful. That's so great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. Over to Dr. Sharik and Sufyan.
Professor Abu Sufyan, you can go ahead with the announcements for the day.
Sure, sir. I thank. Is there anyone want to say something?
Dr. Ranjit, you want to say something?
Can I leave now?
Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks to Dr. Bhupender Singh Bhoop and Mr. Ranjit Barshikar for giving wonderful insight on the QBD and also generic drug development. An excellent tempo both of you have sent on the first day of this refresher program. I also thanks to our refresher program advisory committee member, Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, for making today's session highly interactive with your wonderful anchoring. I also thanks all the dignitaries for being very active and cooperative. We are done with today's session. Feedback and attendance form we have already released in the chat box. It shall remain active for next 20 minutes. Also, as per IST guideline, only in-class attendance is considered, and hence it shall be released only through Zoom chat box. Tomorrow we have very exciting session by Dr. Desi Arora on tools, elements, and application of QBD. Second session by Dr. Sarwar Beg on analytical QBD, and third session by Ms. Jasmine, the role of statistics in QBD. It will start sharp at 11 a.m. See you tomorrow. Stay safe and stay blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Abu Sufyan. Thank you, Zeenat Madam. Thank you so much for your wonderful anchoring.